The magnificent city of Changdu once again plays host to the Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoffs. An amazing city in the centre of China with history and modernism to show. It's an amazing setting, as is the Sichuan International Tennis Centre, where we find ourselves today for what is going to be an incredible day of action, with 2 spots up for grabs in the doubles in the Australian Open in January, and the singles semi-finals to get us underway. Val Febo here with you in Chengdu, and as I welcome in Betty Sekalovsky, what a day we have in store. It's a picturesque afternoon in what is, or morning I should say, we're not quite at the afternoon yet, but it's going to be a sensational day of action.
Val, it is wonderful to be back here in Chengdu, and what a huge day of tennis we have ahead of us. And the quality of the field, men's and women's, has been just an insightful way for us to have a look at all the new young talent that's coming through at the moment.
And there it is. We've got a massive agenda today. We've got Bu Yunchalketa, the top seed, up against baby Zhukayev of Kazakhstan, and it's going to be that's going to lead us off with 4 matches, women's singles semi-finals to come, and then the doubles finals, where a spot in the Australian Open in January will be up for grabs. Lana Tararudi and Liang Enchuo next. Then, as I said, the doubles. So it's pretty good conditions out there, Betty. We went and had a look this morning, and ahead of the men's singles semi-final, and there's not a breath of wind.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2026 Australian Open Asia Pacific.
Welcome out players. Like Quincy Davis waiting eagerly. The pom-poms are ready. Players will walk out onto this court that is extremely high. It should feel very small.
First of all, let's welcome Zhukayev from Kazakhstan. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's welcome Bu Yunchalketa from China.
So players have made their way out. Bu Yunchalketa has been in pretty good form so far. He's lost just the 5 games. And maybe Zhukayev of Kazakhstan took down the defending champion, last year's winner, Kasadid Samrej. Straight sets, and we know what Kasadid Samrej did last year. Kasadid Samrej, of course, as Betty last year went and took Daniel Medvedev to 5 sets, which was quite an incredible performance. And Zhang Shui last year winning an epic final against Guo Hanyu, made it through to the 2nd round of the Australian Open. So that is what is up for grabs for these players. It's an opportunity of a lifetime to bankroll the start of your 2026 calendar, to give yourself that opportunity to strut your stuff, and even though you might be like Kasadid Samrej and play Rod Laver Arena day 1.
What a moment it was for Kasadid Samrej earlier in the year. Spoke about Daniel Medvedev and what a match that was. He was able to frustrate Daniel Medvedev, as we saw the famous breakage of the camera, and that man on your screen, Bu Yunchalketa, plays well on home soil.
So down to Quincy Davis for the contest.
Today we have 7 line umpires, so I'm calling the net, and 4 balls on the board. Tab boxes in the corners, maybe it's going to take the one with the letter B, and this is the one with the letter A. Do we have any questions? No. We've got Cain set, Rod Laver, Cain set, Rod Laver, your call. Rod Laver. Rod Laver. I will receive. Receive? Yep. Best of luck.
So the coin toss, run and one. Baby Zhukayev on screen. Looking to cause a big upset here, but we'll start with Wu Yunqiao, the way that he's played so far this tournament. Betty defeated Yang Zijiang 6-1, 6-love before a win over Sumit Nagal, the 6th seed, 6-2, 6-2. And that's a high-quality win for a man that in April this year was sitting at 64th in the world. The only reason we find him at this position is because he was unable to defend his points from a run to the Hangzhou semi-final and Beijing semi-final last year.
Yeah, you see he's strong, he's fit. And as you mentioned, he peaked at 64 in the ATP rankings in April this year. And he's been able to push quality players. Alex de Minaur in particular has had a lot of head-to-heads with Alex de Minaur this year and pushing Alexander Zverev, as we saw earlier in the year. But the big breakout for him was in 2024, where he made the ATP 500 in Beijing semi-finals, succumbing finally to Jannik Sinner. And we know what Jannik Sinner is all about, but really looking forward to watching the form later on this year. It's a big year for these players, and they're coming out back end of the year where generally players get tired, but there's a big carrot at the moment for a lot of these players. As you know, whoever wins this gets straight into the main draw at the Australian Open. So bases himself in Alicante in Spain. As you can see, a lot of his game is very much based around the Spanish method.
It is, and he's lived there for a couple of years. Said his Spanish isn't great yet, but he's getting there. 23 years of age, played all 4 slams in 2025. This man, well, he's only competed at 1 slam, and that was at Wimbledon earlier this year, where he managed to qualify and get all the way through at Roehampton before playing in the opening round of action, where he lost to Flavio Cobolli, who eventually made the quarterfinals. But 25 years of age, 198 centimetres, so 13 centimetres taller than his opponent, and had his maiden sort of breakthrough run at home at Almaty in 2024, where he reached the quarterfinals. And he lives about 25 to 35 minutes from the tournament site there, and win-loss record of 5-8, 1-3 in 2025. So a bit of a rankings gap between the two, 275, but in May 2024, this man was at his career high of 171.
As you mentioned, that gap, but there's also a very big height difference. 198 centimetres tall, sends down big serves, as you would imagine. A lot of his game is based around big serve, and it'll be an interesting competition between these two players. One with a lot of experiences on the ATP tour, and Zhukayev, he has spent the majority of his career at challenger level. Had that breakthrough at Wimbledon this year, qualifying. But it is going to be another difference out here. You're playing in front of the Chinese crowd. Conditions are perfect for players. This is what you would, as a tennis player, well, this is what you love. Waking up, absolutely no wind, no complaints, and we are set for a big match.
Had a tough second round match up against Yosuke Watanuki of Japan, the 4th seed, won that 6-7, 6-4, 6-4. There is Quincy Davis, our umpire. Will be officiating. He's an up-and-coming umpire and does an unbelievable job. As the warm-ups continue, Wu Yunqiao plays that Spanish-style game, as you said, and he's been basing himself out of there for a couple of years. His coach is Spanish as well, which is quite interesting. You don't really see too many of the Chinese players sort of dip away from having a Chinese coach. And I think it's great to see him branching out and having a look at something a little bit different.
Well, it speaks to a lot of where Chinese tennis has started to head. The employment of European coaches, players travelling abroad to seek some of that different advice, as we mentioned, and a different method of playing. As you know, the Spanish system is based around heavy forehands, dominating the court with your forehand, which is a lot of what we see at ATP level. But what we will see from Zhukayev is a game based around a big first serve, a lot of forehands, moves well, he's strong. And we haven't seen a lot of baby Zhukayev. But he's doing well. He's semi-finals in here, so all of a sudden you've got a bit of momentum heading into this semi-final, and this is where anything can happen.
Coached by Ricardo Ojeda Lara, is Zhukayev. Toss was won by Zhukayev, who elected to receive. So we get underway in this men's singles semi-final. Big question is, how does Zhukayev respond from a long and elongated match yesterday?
Exactly, and he would have done everything possible to try and recover. Conditions here are not extremely hot, so that wouldn't have played a factor.
That is a lightning quick forehand. Understood where the serve was going, anticipated beautifully, unleashed up the line, and that's what Bu is going to have to deal with today. These two have met twice on tour, or challenger and ITF level. Bu leading the head-to-head 2-0. The most recent was in Lincoln in 2024 in the round of 16. Outdoor hard like this, Bu winning 6-3, 6-2. He takes the opening game quite convincingly.
He got a very good look very early on. Big first serve, effortless forehand from Zhukayev. And if you look at stats as an average, that will be the big difference for me in today's match, will be the ability to return well from Zhukayev. His returning stats have been a little lower than what you would expect across the year, and the conversion rate around break points is so important at this level, is being able to apply the pressure against these top players that have had the experience of Zhukayev.
Got the thermals on underneath his clothing, Zhukayev. So we get a look at his serve for the first time. Only 11 degrees out here this morning, so not as warm as what they're used to a lot of the time.
Big delivery from Zhukayev. The trajectory that ball is coming from at the apex looks effortless very early on.
And this is the pattern that Bu would enjoy. He loves engaging in these long rallies, and he will aim to wear Zhukayev down across the context or across the contest and make sure that he draws those unforced errors.
Sends down another lightning bolt. You always find with players that are the height of Zhukayev, not a lot of knee bend, not a lot of leg drive, but just gets up to the height of the apex.
Excellent return at the feet of Zhukayev from Bu. It's a look in quite early, and the Kazakh has only had the one tour level win in 2025. That was at Davis Cup level against Pakistan. Defeated unranked Hisafa Abdul Rahman.
There's that preference on that tee serve so far. 3 occasions. Hitting that one flat up the tee. This is what you look for early on, is just the habits and patterns and preferences of your opponent, where they like to serve under a little bit of pressure.
Unforced errors already quite prevalent for Zhukayev. Ball looking steely. Not sure how he's in the sleeveless kit this morning. It's still quite fresh outside. Not a cloud in the sky though.
Well, he's just made that. And I think Inchal Kuta had every reason to take a second look at that last forehand.
We had his racket up, as you couldn't quite see it on the replay there, but he was convinced it was out. It was the first point in that game that he actually won to the ad court, Zhukayev, but he'll take it.
We had a very good look at some of the serving patterns of Zhukayev, and you can see very early on, flat down the tee serves have been the ones that, well, very early on have won him a couple of free points, but you would imagine Inchal Kuta will keep that in the back of his memory.
Zhukayev standing and looking at Quincy Davis saying, come on. And Quincy says, go over to the other side.
It was well, clearly in right inside the corner of the box.
Childhood prodigy or young prodigy for Chinese tennis, still only 23 years of age, but was the youngest Chinese male to win multiple challenger titles. So it does have good pedigree.
That's first serve.
Another comfortable hold for Zhukayev. Leads 2-1 on serve, opening set. Interesting start. Bull looking like he wants to really zone in on the serve of Zhukayev. Already getting a racket restrung, Betty.
Well, not sure why yet, but with these conditions, if your strings are a little too tight with cooler conditions, you don't seem to get as much out of the ball. And as we mentioned, 11 degrees, not getting a lot of help from the court. The heat not around, so for players that are probably looking for a little looser string tension.
So as Katy Perry's Don't Ever Look Back plays over the speaker, players will look forward to continuing their push towards an Australian Open berth in 2026. Zhukayev played all 4 majors in 2025. Zhukayev only the one. That was his main draw debut.
Interesting forehand, isn't it, from Zhukayev? Very modern day setup. Can get a little wristy. You could see Bull exposing that swing a little with that change of pace, keeping it lower, out of the hitting zone. Tall man.
Took the pace off the serve completely, or the return completely. And Bull finds himself in a promising position.
Well, Zhukayev, he was not interested in moving forwards inside the court, was he? He waited for that ball to travel towards him. He got found out his movement in the last couple of points.
Well, that's what he can do. That is exactly what he can do. Coach Merambek Tatiev will be wanting to see much more of it.
Well, he had a little more time on that last forehand to set up, regain his balance, inject some pace into that forehand. But you just feel, you just get this sense if Bull changes the pace or forces Zhukayev to move out of the baseline, move forwards, he can be a little vulnerable.
Second serve.
So the question there was, surely that had to be a first serve, and Quincy Davis saying, nope, that went through the net. And double fault ensues, brings up 2 break points for the top seed. That's one way to save it.
Continues to hit that big flat serve down the tee. And when you're hitting it that close to the lines, even if you know where it's going, it is so difficult to put a racket onto that one.
lasts. The impatient Zhukayev, who went for the big forehand too early. And he gains the opening break in this first set, 3-1.
Well, he played that point beautifully. Bull just buying time, being patient. This is what you find the top players, or top 100 players generally, you see they'll play a lengthier point. Really created the pressure on Zhukayev. Comfortable transitioning forwards on that occasion. He's strong, legs, he's fit. Have a very good look at his physicality at the moment, and he looks like he could go 5 sets, no problem.
Looks extremely calm out on court as well. Unperturbed. Moved to Spain at the age of 16 to further his tennis career. He actually picked up a racket for the first time because a sports coach at school that made them do their running and testing said, I think you should try tennis. That's certainly working for him now.
It was clearly the right call. He's moved up the rankings fairly quickly.
That's what Zhukayev can conjure up, but he's going to have to do that a lot more. Pick and choose those moments. That is naughty. And Bu Yuncharketa consolidates the break to lead 4-1 opening set.
Strong start. The man on your screen. Yuncharketa. Really see the variety. You spoke about the physicality and efficient mover that Bull is on court. So he's quite comfortable out of the corners, comfortable moving forward. On the other hand, Zhukayev, 6'6", 198 centimetres tall. He finds it extremely uncomfortable moving forward, Val. We've seen that on a couple of occasions where the change of pace, the variation has really been able to unveil some of that vulnerability around his skill set.
Caught behind. Just did enough with the lob, Zhukayev. It was risky, but he'll take it and just needs to sort of settle his nerves down. That last service game was errant. And yes, he's got that weapon, but he just needs to utilise it a little more, come in with that +1 that you often talk about, Betty.
Yeah, well, that was almost it, the +1, and currently not dominating in the 0 to 4 rally lengths. as you'd want to see someone of Zhukayev's height. The serving variation on serve really needs to start to creep in a little more. And there we have it. Must have heard my call.
You're not that loud, are you? He has the propensity to go large on the second serve, and it has brought him unstuck a couple of times. That's already his second double fault.
I feel that's a little bit of the pressure of Bull stepping in, creating that perception for him, feeling the need to have to go for a bit more.
And then he does that. It's been almost won and lost off his own serve. Excellent return at the feet of Zhukayev. And the Kazakh unable to negate it, put it back over the net.
And that's the difference. It's the ability to just block that one back. Continental grip, just chip that one low, right at his feet. And was forced to play an uncomfortable half volley.
Zhukayev.
Not the right shot choice. He had all of the play, 194 kilometres for the second serve. And then choosing the drop shot when he had the open court.
Oh, the execution, that ball was sitting up waist height. It was almost nearly shoulder height. It's a difficult place to come underneath the ball from, and he didn't have a lot of pace to work with, so poorly executed on that occasion from Zhukayev.
And what's promising from Bu's perspective is that if he knows that he can get the serve back, and if he can engage in the rally, at the moment he's going to win the point more often than not.
So he's predominantly serve T. Well, went down the tee, but was able to generate an excellent first serve. Got up inside the court very quickly on that occasion.
Break point saved. Still nowhere near out of danger.
.211 kilometres an hour. Again, down the tee, but there's no chance of getting that one back from Bull.
Oh, another ridiculously sumptuous drop shot from Bu Yunchao-Kurta. Brings it back to juice.
How good is this from Bu Yunchao-Kurta? Comes underneath the ball, underspins the drop shot. You could see it almost nearly stopped in its tracks.
This is the variety that he's going to bring, and it's bringing Zhukayev unstuck at the present.
Again, he was forced to play an awkward approach shot. On that occasion, a little too far back, open stance backhand, just unable to get underneath that one. He almost felt that if he could have dipped that one, that ball at Zhukayev's feet, he may have been in trouble.
Ooh, there like a sitting duck. And Zhukayev passes to gain a crucial hold and keep it at just one break, saving a break point in the process.
You need to try and create a little bit of scoreboard pressure. And on that game, just narrowly escaping, able to come up with a couple of big serves, some solid approach shots.
Bull's quest for the AO 2026. I think he'll have that goal in mind to win a round at a Grand Slam, lost in the first round of all 4 in 2025.
As mentioned, Val is yet to win a round at a Grand Slam. He's 0 from 5. Played last year. Also unable to get through the first round. Cruising through to 40 love lead in this game. He seems a little untouched on serve. Not a lot of pressure being created.
Another sweet backhand pass from Zhukayev. He continues to keep this trend going where he can get 1 point on the bull serve, but it's always after going down 30 or 40 love. Needs to try and gain one earlier if he can. Bull not allowing him any time. Too quick, too good. Bull Yunchoketa maintains that break lead and has a 5-2 buffer in the opening set.
Have a look at the service motion of Yunchoketa. There's a similarity to Carlos Alcaraz with that serve. Both training out of the Ferrero Academy in Alicante, and there is some similarities between the forehand and the serve. It's not a bad role model to have.
Not at all. Former world #1. And Bull is... He's got 3 different drinks here, Zhukayev. What do you think? Well, I know that one's water.
There would be some electrolytes in the other bottle. And every player has a different brand or a different taste. Some players love their gels.
This is the sort of start that he needs to a service game. 2 big first serves. It's how he can find his way back into this match. Needs that repetitiveness and consistency.
Well, it is great to have Yunchoketa not happy with the call. And it is important to have a weapon in your serve, but when your percentages start to drop off, it just creates that little bit more pressure.
Unleashed on the forehand. It's a good way to get some frustration out. But for the first time, we see a convincing hold for Zhukayev. And he asks the question of Bu Yunchaoketa, can you serve out this opening set?
Well, this first point, no need to state the obvious, but extremely important for Zhukayev. He needs to be able to find a way to read the serve of Bu. It's very difficult to read when you're serving that quality of Yunchaoketa close to the lines.
He's looked completely and utterly untroubled.
Well, what I loved about that point was, again, just different trajectory, spins, angles, and then all of a sudden injects a bit of pace.
3 set points. And the top seed only needs one. Bu Yunchaoketa, in a little over half an hour, has 1 foot in the final. Takes the opening set 6 games to 3, 31 minutes. He looked rampant in that opening set, barely broke a sweat, and utilising the variety that I don't think Zhukayev would be so used to seeing.
Yeah, that's another level, a little bit more polished at this stage. As you would imagine at this stage in their career, and the level that Bu Yunchaoketa has been playing, ATP level year-round, quality of players in the top 10 as he has throughout the year. And he's just, you could see, he was unstoppable, able to vary the direction on serve, and it's kept Zhukayev guessing. But Zhukayev, if you look at his stats, it's been one area of his game that he can improve immensely, has been his returning capabilities. He's got long levers, but unable not to just read the serve, but make Bu have to play, add some pressure early.
It looked quite relaxed on those highlights that we just watched, and you just see the facial expression of Zhukayev as well, just looking a little bit flustered, and I don't blame him. It's like Bu came at him from the get-go, had opportunities early on to break and capitalised quite convincingly. And he's looking like a man on a mission.
Important now for Zhukayev to get a little bit of energy early on. You want to put up a little more resistance in this set. He got broken very early in the first set. And needs to keep the scoreboard a little closer. Just test Bu, the mindset when it's under some pressure.
Easy, no worries. Up. Yeah, so if we can get our levels pushed up a bit, that'd be unreal.
Well,
this is the exact start that maybe Zhukayev would be after. 25-year-old. Love to just take a lead and be the front runner. It's been called in. Zhukayev stands over the mark, staring it down. It's not going to help.
Well struck return here. You can see the split step, quick turn of the shoulder, short swing.
That's in.
We believe it's in.
And the frustration must be rising for the Kazakh. Just not quite finding it at the moment. 2 game points have come and gone.
Again, just having to battle through his service games and the variety. Just want to see him serve into the body of Bull a little more often, try and handcuff him on the return and take some control of the first shot.
And from 40-15 down, Bull finds himself with a break point.
Well, the problem now is that Bull has had a very good look at the serving patterns of Zhukayev, and he's reading that serve exceptionally well.
Let's see what he does on this second serve. Another error. And Bull finds an unlikely break from 40-15 down to draw first blood in the second set. Leads 1 game to love with a break.
Oh, disappointing for Zhukayev. He had the upper hand in that game. You could see on that forehand, that really wristy forehand position. Ball was travelling towards his body, and when you play against an exceptionally tall player or any tall player, hitting the ball towards the body is such a great way to challenge the movement patterns.
I hear it again, then maybe
I mean, no, you have to rest. I mean, Rangers.
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah.
I believe Bull was talking about a ball kid that had a cough in between the points.
Well, he's politely just mentioned that to Quincy Davis, and I think it was just the amount that he was coughing. It was quite regular.
Affectionately known, well, his American name, Bull, is Bert. And he's had some good results in America this year. One of his ATP quarterfinals in Winston-Salem.
30 love.
You get the sense that Zhukayev maybe resort to a chip forehand, try to just get involved in the point.
40 love.
If he can even get to the serve, Bull's placement has been right on the money so far.
Well, that one, 161, slider out wide. It was all about placement.
And another one for good measure. Consolidates to love. And the top seed forging ahead.
Just gets excellent extension through serve. You can see the transfer of body weight following his target. Just a high percentage of first serves overall for Bull.
Mightily important game for Zhukayev coming up. Well, he's thrown the kitchen and the bathroom sink at Bu. And Bu handling it all with glee.
Well, how's the vision on Bu on this occasion? You can see the height over the net, just unstables the movement, gets his opponent off balance, and then finds that drop shot, can sense his opponent's way beyond the baseline.
Doubles mounting up. Errors as well. 3 breakpoint opportunities for Bu Yunchalketa to further stamp his authority on this contest. Unperturbed, untroubled, unrelenting.
We spoke about that. His ability to generate a point has happened more so on returns. On that occasion, you just sense that the wheels are coming off slightly for Zhukayev.
This is his ticket out of trouble. Needs to continuously find these sorts of serves. And then if he can string his rallying together, could be on for a comeback. He picked it. 3 break points have come and gone. And Zhukayev continues to hang on.
That serve has got himself into this position, and as you mentioned, Val, it's been his ticket out of trouble, and it can only be a weapon if you're serving with this level of percentage.
Seems to be the tail so far. Gets himself into a somewhat okay position and just unleashes on a shot that he doesn't need to hit.
Well, it's just lack of discipline on that occasion. His body weight was moving sideways. And the difference between these two players is Bull would extend the rally and try to just keep putting the pressure on in the point. On that occasion, just lack of patience.
Mentally for Zhukayev, the opportunity to hold here, save 3 break points. Does that get in the head of Bu Yunchalketa? He's still got to do it, but it may give him a new lease on life. Just has to hold here. That's exactly what he does. The Kazakh keeps it at just the 1 break in this second set. Down love 40. 2 games to 1 in favour of the top seed.
I cannot hold it or what?
Again, just not quite finding what he needs to find. Had the shot sort of high in his hitting zone and just struck down on it, didn't he?
He just jagged his body weight left. But if you're a tall player, you want to make the court feel as small as possible. On that occasion, he did try and move inside the court.
30 love.
Just to show the dominance as Bull holds for 3-1. He's played 8 points on serve, held twice to love. Zhukayev has played 17 points on serve in this set so far.
Yeah, he's been extremely dominant. And for Zhukayev, again, he tries to take time away, but when you have quite a lengthy take-back, wristy one, he's almost beaten for time quite regularly on the first shot. You've got to have not only the court movement, but the hand skills to follow.
It was an interesting point. Zhukayev kind of mishit it off the frame. You could hear it in the effects, and you could hear the groan from Bull as he tried to scamper. But he made it. And again, love 15.
Love 30.
And I did see Zhukayev grab his back earlier on. He had a chat with Quincy Davis. Not sure what he may have said, but he has put his hand on his back a couple of occasions. So whether that's giving him a little discomfort, maybe while we're seeing some of those drop shots.
And the back is such a gateway to the rest of your game, especially with a man that relies so heavily on his serve as a free point, or for a free point. The returning of Bull has been exemplary.
It really has been. And you can see it's just accumulating pressure over time. But very interesting. On the serve of Zhukayev, he keeps transitioning between a platform serve where the back foot doesn't move up, and then all all of a sudden he'll transition back to a foot up where the back foot comes towards the left. So on that occasion, as we call it, a step up.
One saved once again. Still not out of trouble, but continues to find the first serve on break point down. Does not want to relinquish another service game.
Again, he's had multiple opportunities across the last couple of returning games. On that occasion, a very makeable return.
It's funny, the game that he was 40-15 down on is the game that he broke. He's had love 40 and 15-40. The frustration, he's reaching boiling point. You could see after missing the serve and how he swashed at the ball.
He's mentally just hadn't dealt with the fact that he'd missed the first serve, and he was still processing the disappointment, and he just wasn't ready, wasn't mentally ready to approach that next point.
There is the break, the second one at that in this second set. Zhukayev, 4-1 in front, 2 games away from a spot in the final. And despite things not going his way, I think he'll still be positive about how this week has gone, you know, winning 2 matches, defeating the defending champion, and, you know, a big win over Yosuke Watanuki, the 4th seed yesterday. Just having a chat with the trainer downstairs on court, Zhukayev, but I think he'll be jubilant, and I think Kazakh tennis is such a strong spot at the moment. Guys like Zhukayev playing their trade so well. Alexander Bublik flying on all cylinders in the back half of the year. And Leonard Rybakina as well. This tournament referee, Wayne McEwen, down there having a chat with the trainer, Zhukayev.
Well, he did look extremely uncomfortable in the previous game, and a few of his decisions on court may have been a result of that. Again, when you see a player throwing in drop shots randomly where they don't make any sense at all, could be his way of just trying to get himself out of an extended rally or a point. And movement-wise, we haven't seen a lot of him bout, but he hasn't been comfortable in general. And on a few occasions where he's had to move forwards on a low ball, that's where you can feel this pain in your back the most. Serve also, just really depends where that pain is.
And you can see Bull utilising that, you know, living in Spain and Alicante, he's utilising that Spanish trademark, make you rally, make you play balls, and then throwing in the drop shot when he's got the awareness that you're not in the right position on court. And clearly there's some discomfort there for Zhukayev.
Again, and his inability in this match at the moment, Zhukayev, to have varied that serve around, has just meant that Bull able to read the serve very comfortably. It's been quite predictable, but he's also returned well in moments of need. And that 0 to 4 rally length we speak so much about in tennis, in both men's and women's, it's such a dominant percentage. Most points are won within 70% in this range. And currently, Bull, well, he's at 31 points won in that 0 to 4 range, and Zhukayev only at 24. So you want him to be a lot more dominant, and that'll be an area of his game he may want to improve. He's a little more polish on the serve, a little more variety, and just maybe tidy up some of those ground strokes, especially on the forehand. That forehand has been a little fragile at times.
Bull keeping himself warm as well with the towels. Could chuck some sleeves on the shirt as well if he needed to.
It's a gun show out there. He's showing off the guns.
He's showing off everything. He gets up, has a little warm-up. I don't mind this, just getting up, having a little jog while his opponent has some work done. Got to try and keep warm, because it's often you see players come out from these sorts of breaks and the player that's had the treatment often comes out and plays better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you're cold.
On this occasion, it gives Bull Kurta a little bit of a chance to maybe touch base with the coach. Maybe take down a few serves, just get the body moving very quickly. Body temperature cools down. So doing all the right things, you do quite often see at lower levels where players inexperienced will sit on that chair throughout the whole break, and then the momentum shifts instantly.
So Zhukayev testing out his movement. Definitely seems like a lower back condition. While Bull has some air swings. Looks over to wonder what's going on. But I like this. You've got to try and keep that momentum going. Don't want to stay too stagnant.
I spoke a little earlier about Kazakh tennis, Val, and just the gradual improvement and investment that's been made towards Kazakh tennis from the Federation has been immense. Building somewhat 38 new facilities mixed with a few indoor courts, and outdoor obviously can get very cold in Kazakhstan, but there's been a huge push for participation, and it has grown immensely over the past, 12 years.
Well, it helps having ATP events as well. Astana going onto the calendar in 2022, and then you move forward to Almaty, which is Kazakhstan's most populous city in terms of population. So it's wonderful to see so much tennis going to all portions of the world. We're seeing a lot of new events as Wayne McEwen calls in the top seed. Have a little conversation. This is interesting now, because we're not quite sure what's happening as Wayne McEwen convenes with Bull on court. They seem like they're exchanging pleasantries, having a little laugh, and I want to get a couple more people running out to Zhukayev. Try and bring you what is actually happening on court, because usually if there's a medical timeout, you either see them go off or they're getting the treatment on court, and now it's just kind of been like a little meeting in a breakout room or something like that.
We'll try and listen in here if we can.
Can you explain this drink? I will not take water if I don't know what it is. That's a pint. Okay, can you leave one or two? Yeah. Yes. I will not feel worse after this, right? No sleepy, nothing, no dizzy. Yeah?
Just leave some here.
Just the one.
That's fine.
Seems as though he's quite concerned about the painkillers that they're giving him. And just saying, I'm not going to feel sleepy, am I? You know, what am I going to be feeling like after this? And it's confirmed that he'll be okay as Bull continues to go through his motions and paces on the baseline.
Oh, it is such a huge topic as an athlete, and making sure whatever you're putting in your body is within the rule book.
Well, there's so many things that the everyday person can have that an athlete can't. So it's good awareness from Zhukayev as we get a resumption of play. Bull serving with a double break, 4-1, second set.
I always find it fascinating with players who watching a lot of tennis, and you can see on Bull serve, the front foot, he has this little, it's almost identical to Carlos Alcaraz. I mentioned this earlier, the front foot you watch, he'll take a little step onto his tippy toe.
Love for 30.
This is what we spoke about. This is what we spoke about, Betty. Coming out after a break, you can be cold, and the momentum might just be shot a little bit.
I'm surprised he didn't hit enough serves during that break. Bull.
It's a surefire way to dust off the cobwebs, a crisp backhand down the line.
It's a good way to test the movement of Zhukayev, who currently looks still a little uncomfortable.
He picked it too. He got there.
30.
And I think Bull, if he can find his way out of trouble, it'll give him the confidence to show that, yes, he's been good as a front runner, but when he has been challenged, he has had the answers to every question posed to him.
He disguised that forehand drop shot perfectly.
40 and 30.
Oh, you can hear the Spanish coming out. A massive cry of Ale as he hits yet another ace with perfect placement.
And he says he doesn't speak Spanish.
Well, he says he doesn't speak it well, but I don't believe him.
Again, Bull.
That's a mighty hold. He's one game away now, the top seed, from a berth in the final. He could meet either Coleman Wong or Akira Santillan, playing the other semi-final today.
You can see how early Bull taking that forehand return is right inside the baseline, sending that ball down the court quickly.
Oh, he finally nails one. Bull had such enormous anticipation in that point, understood the patterns, but that was just too good from Zhukayev.
You can see this one almost coming around the inside of the ball. You can see it fades away, crossing the line. This is what you want from a drop shot. You want it moving off the court.
Correct, ball good. First serve.
And another double fault. He just seems to be going too big on the second serves.
Yeah, I think it's his way of trying to get through this quickly. Completely off balance, that contact on that previous serve.
Stepped back on the drop shot. Ended up landing in the hitting zone for Bu. And the top seed has 2 match points. One gone.
You see that one time and time again throughout the match, just not enough. Well, big tactical error on that occasion from Bu. He was in 2 minds whether to come forward or stay back, and then got himself caught in the middle of the court, basically paying the price. I thought he may have drop shotted on that occasion. It's okay, have a long way back.
Thought he got away with 1-2 on the return. Looked long. Again, finds his way from 2 break points down. It's been every service game of his, he's had to face a break point.
Bu a long way back now. His opponent, a completely different look. Well, there's so much to love about the mind games of Bu on that occasion, standing back a long way, allowing himself an opportunity to build pressure through a deep, heavy backhand return. And then all of a sudden, the layers, gear changes. On his backhand side, the slice, and then all of a sudden, taking time away from the forehand. So, smart tennis from Bu.
Another exquisite first serve. I like this sort of Medvedev-style tactic from Bu. Medvedev has brought it into vogue.
We see it again, don't we? A long way back.
Gutsy hold from Zhukayev. Asks the question of Bu and makes him serve it out. 5-2, second set in favour of the top seed. have a look and see how he's feeling. Zhukayev, I think frustration about how quickly this has gotten away from him. Bu has been, I think the word we've used a lot is unrelenting.
We speak about the match he had yesterday and how that would affect him. I guess that's the question. Has it hurt him a little bit in this match? But also the quality of player that Bu Yunchao-Kurta is, he just creates so much of that pressure where you feel you have to play beyond your level on every single point. And you've seen the occasions where Zhukayev having to go for a little more on the second serve, but it's no problem for this man. Bu standing in, using the pace, drilling the ball back at his feet, allowing a lot of breathing room.
So we get amazing sight of him. Military plane flying over. That's cool. Bu serving for the match and a spot in the final. A perfect way to start. It's won the first point in all barring 2 games in this set.
Zhukayev, take a leaf out of Bu's book. Give him a different look. Stand in a different position. Stop allowing the autopilot serving performance.
15. $30-15.
2 points away. Just finding something, even with the kick serve, wasn't his fastest, but he just has the variety that Zhukayev has been able to cope with. Brings us back to this point. 2 match points for Bu Yunchao-Kurta to put himself into the final and bid for a spot in the 2026 Australian Open.
Game. Set a match, Bu.
And Bu peaks into the final. The top seed, untroubled once again. And he'll be featuring tomorrow in the showpiece match against either Coleman Wong or Akira Santillan with a 6-3, 6-2 victory over Kazakhstan's Babit Zhukayev.
Well, it was a dominant performance, wasn't it, from Bu Yunchao-Kurta? Dominant on serve, dominant from the back of the court, and just the extra layers that he has to his game, the variety, was able to completely off-balance his opponent.
And he is about to be mobbed at his chair. Might need to throw in some towels, give him something. He's a popular man. Man from Xinjiang. He's going to sign some balls and hit him into the crowd. But he's showing the form that got him through to the semi-finals in Hangzhou and Beijing last year. And he'll look to try and bring some of that to Melbourne Park in 2026. Zhukayev trundles off, and I think he'll be disappointed at the opportunity slipped, but I think a positive week in all for him. But even more positive for that fan right there. She is elated. She's going to run off and show everyone what she's got. A prized possession from today's contest. Oh, crowd catch dropped.
Excited fan right there. And why wouldn't you?
其实这次是你们的第3次交手，此前是2022年的莫纳斯铁尔是第1次，24年的美国林肯挑战者是第2次。 那第3次依旧是延续了100%的胜率。那今天其实可以看到在对局中的内容，对手的发球是时长在200公里以上的，然后时速有时候也是来到了210。那今天自己是怎么找到了这个破局的方法的呢？
So conducting the interview in Chinese downstairs, so we'll continue to recap the contest. And has he even broken a sweat, Betty?
Look, he came up against an opponent who also physically had a difficult match yesterday and tried his best, but just wasn't today in the same class level as Zhukayev. And as you mentioned, Val, a couple of deep runs last year. Some ATP events. He's also reached his peak this year in April, 64, and you can see why. He's a quality player, and you can only see him travelling up the rankings over the next couple of years, if not 12 months.
You certainly can. At 23 years of age, the world is his oyster, and some players are still in their formative years at that age. And I think for Zhukayev, he will have 2026 firmly in his sights as a year where he'll aim to get back to that ranking of 64 and beyond. He's beaten Andrei Rublev when he was in the top 10. He's had the experience of facing Jannik Sinner at his best. You know, he played him in the semi-final of Beijing last year. The match prior to Jannik and Carlos dazzling everybody with one of the most mesmerising matches that they've ever played. So this is a player that has the pedigree. He's got the quality. Can he harness it together tomorrow against either Coleman Wong or Akira Santillan?
And it's a great honour to receive from a player of Jannik Sinner's level. Obviously, he mentioned the quality of Bu and how difficult a player he was to compete against. And if he could bring this level more consistently, well, we'd see him climbing very high through the rankings over the next couple of years. And this is what it comes down to, is consistency, week in, week out. It's what the best players in the world do. They have the right team around them. They get all the right education around physicality, health, the mindset that it takes to be consistently waking up every day and being able to perform at your highest level. So that will be the next step for him, is can he, first of all, get through a first round in a major and take it from there?
Well, that is the big question. Can he push into the round of 64? But he's still got a lot of work to do. He'll want to make sure that he's in the main draw first, get that wild card, avoid qualifying. Because if you can avoid playing the 3 matches before the tournament even starts, well, that's the perfect preparation, isn't it?
It is, and it's the difficulty is that you have a lot of players in qualifying that have been inside top 50 in the world who are quality players. Unfortunately, in tennis, you don't always get rewarded. The consequences of doing well one year is that you've got to continue doing it well and backing up those points. So it's very easy to drop out of, well, Grand Slam tennis. So you still have the experience of a lot of players in qualifying who've been very good tennis players.
We've seen it over the years. Players that have been in the top 10, they've still got to go through qualifying. Richard Gasquet played AO qualifying this year. You've just got to be able to front up, play your matches and get through them, and that's what Bull has done so far this week. He's gotten through, losing just the 5 games today and 5 games across the rest of the tournament, so 10 matches. He's won 36 games and lost just the 10, which is quite impressive.
Well, it doesn't look like he's coming off the court anytime soon. Eager fans can see they're very generous with his fans. You see a pink tennis ball? It's one I don't have at home. Looks nice.
Surely you've got a pink one. But no, it's great to see, and I think this is the opportunity for a lot of fans to get up close and personal with these players who are darn good.
And absolutely.
And this is the Grand Slam of the Asia Pacific, Betty, and it just shows how popular the sport is here, and it is rising. We've seen on the women's game where Zhang Qingwen, Zhang Shui, and also Li Na, of course, how could we forget her? On the men's side, we haven't seen the dominant force as of yet. We've had Zhejiang, we've had Di Wu, we've had Wu Yibing. He's playing quite well at the moment, but you know, could Bu Zhukayev be the man?
Yeah, he's definitely young enough now where he's 23 years of age. You'd feel that he hasn't obviously hit his peak, and he will be you know, he'll be a fan favourite, that is for sure. And in Melbourne, well, we have a huge Chinese community who will be behind this man. And, well, Chinese tennis, it's just been incredible over the last couple of years. If you look at the calendar, they have the second most populated calendar, whether it's ITF or WTA. Behind America, they host the most amount of events, and it's understandable why we're seeing so many good quality juniors coming through also. Just plenty of opportunities on home soil.
And there's another player I forgot to mention was Juncheng Shang, or Jerry Shang as he's known. He won this event 2 years ago and made the third round at the AO in 2024. It's great to see the friendly interactions with the players, selfies galore. People were asking Betty for selfies yesterday. It was all too much to handle.
That's definitely not true. But it is, he is very generous with his time, his bull.
And it's a chance for him to get back to China as well, because as he bases himself in Spain, you know, you're spending a lot of time, you know, about a, 13-hour flight away, something like that. So it's not exactly a quick trip as we see Bull making his way off. As we have a look at the story that was, pom-poms and parties were afoot at the start of the match. And Quincy Davis, sorry, got ready.
He's looking quite sharp in those glasses, Quincy Davis, as we have a look at the starting position on serve. Forehand from Zhukayev, and the variety of the slice backhand that was used to excellent effect in this match from Bull. It is a brilliant court, and we stepped out on this court earlier on today. See the facial expressions.
Oh, well, it was all smiles. It was literally all smiles for Bull Yunchuk. Very relaxed and relieved to make it through to the final here tomorrow in Chengdu, the Sichuan International Tennis Center. As we prepare for our next contest, which will be getting underway fairly imminently. Top seed on the women's side of things, Lan Lana, Tara Rudy, and Liang Enshuo of Chinese Taipei.
statistically camera 10 points. Today we have 6 bouquets and 7 left of air adventures. So, every match. Picture please.
Players have made their entrance in for the women's singles semi-final, or one of the 2 women's singles semi-finals at the Sichuan International Tennis Centre for the 2026 Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. Val Febo in commentary for this clash between Lalana Tararudi on screen, the #1 seed from Thailand, up against Liang Enshuo from Chinese Taipei. As I welcome in Betty Sekalovsky, I'm so intrigued in this matchup between the junior prodigy and a player that is at a career high ranking currently, so playing her career best tennis at 21 years of age.
Yeah, what a contrast we have out here today. And Tararudi, well, she's hit her peak ranking this year, 138 in the WTA rankings. And Liang Enshuo, well, she has been as high as 150. And that was a while back in 2019. So we have player that's experienced, has experience of being inside 200, and right now the 21-year-old Thai player, there's a lot spoken about her of recent times. She's had a very good 6 months, a steady competitor, moves extremely well, had a very good run recently in Chennai where she lost in the semi-finals to Janice Chen from Indonesia, and what a talent she is.
Certainly is. Very much looking forward to seeing how Liang Enshuo on screen can go today. She's had a pretty good doubles career so far. She's sitting in the top 100 for the first time in her career. Made a final in Hong Kong just last month, her first final. But winning the AO junior title in 2018, both singles and doubles, I must say, she just hasn't quite lifted to the lofty levels that we thought that she might. And she's still got plenty of time. She's only 25, so that is more than enough time left on tour to make a decent career. And she's fighting hard. She's got a big game. She hits a very clean ball, has variety. And I think that she will give herself every opportunity and every chance today to move through to tomorrow's showpiece match.
She's in an interesting position. She represents a tier of players who have been close to top 100, haven't quite made that jump, but what she does have today is zero expectations. You are playing against a player who's higher ranked than you in the singles department and who's been coming off some excellent form. So the pressure all, you would think, on the #1 seed from Thailand. But what I'm really looking forward to seeing is how the attacking game of Liang and Shuo plays against the defensive skills of Lanlana Tararuti.
Neither player has dropped a set so far. Tararuti with wins over Lee Zhongyu and Hiromi Abe, while Liang has taken victories over Kyoka Okamura of Japan, the 5th seed, and Han Jianshui of China yesterday. As we get underway, it's Lanlana Tararuti, the top seed from Thailand, to get us underway.
Well, good start from Tararuti. Ace out wide.
Nice, and a double fault. 2 points in, and Liang hasn't had to strike a ball.
This is, for me, will be interesting to see the second serve, the quality and just the effectiveness of the returning abilities of both players.
Liang possesses an incredible power she can produce. It's quite impressive to watch. I remember it from that junior run at the AO. They've met once before, however, last year in the W100 in Incheon in the quarters. 7-5, 6-1 to Tararuti. What can change in a year though, Betty?
Absolutely, a lot can change, and there's been a lot said about Tararuti. It's been a promising young player coming through. She's steadily been climbing up the rankings over the last few years.
And 2 aces in the opening game for Lanlana Tararuti. The Thai products leads 1 game to love, and she's enjoyed 6 ITF titles on tour, as opposed to just the 1 for Liang and Shuo. That was back in 2018. But plays out of the Paradox Trisha Academy, former world #9. It's a bit of a blast from the past. It's a name that I hadn't really heard overly much over the last few years, but great to see that he's giving back to Thai tennis.
Well, he's been all over social media, giving off some coaching tips, but also with that brilliant one-handed backhand that hasn't seemed to have departed from his game. So
glorious, wasn't it? So you may see on the score bug Betty, that both players are serving. That's just a little glitch that we have, but bear with us. It's Liang and Schwartz serving at the moment, pictured on screen. She's doing rather well.
We're all about equality, and both players get an opportunity to serve, Val.
Yes, Tara Rudy won that point, but the contrast in terms of the aggression and the power coming from the racket of Liang is already quite stark.
It absolutely is, and you can see where both players enjoy playing from their court position. If you had a heat map in that point, you can see Tara Rudy just likes to stand back, give herself time, force her opponent to come up with the aggression.
Remember back to the press conference of Liang after she won, and she was so shy and so humble, and that's remained with her. Her post about breaking into the top 100 for the first time was quite emotional, and she really appreciates the chance. Into the top 100, I mean doubles at the moment. Unleashed on the forehand in Tara Rudy.
40-30.
Utilised the lack of pace on the second serve, just 129 kilometres an hour.
She states the forehand is her biggest weapon on that occasion, using court position to her advantage. That's what you want to be on a return.
Liang manages to hold. Keeps it on serve early in this opening set.
I think that will be the big key for Lana Tara Rudy moving forwards. If she wants to edge inside the top 100, it's having the ability to be more aggressive. And there's so many ways you can do that. It really starts from the mindset and the court position. You can use your athleticism. You can see she's athletic. She moves well. But can she continue to be brave enough by trying to hold that baseline a little more?
Tara Rudy played qualifying at all 4 majors in 2025. Hasn't quite broken through for that main draw yet. This would be the perfect opportunity to do so should she win this week.
Liang just hanging in, using depth. You can see the court speed out here is quite quick, especially as it nears the baseline. On that occasion, just forcing the error off the backhand side.
And she does boast
30.
a very big game when it comes to ground strokes, does Liang, but at 158 centimetres, the serve is what can get her. And that's what I think Tara Rudy will need to hone in on today.
You can see the court position right on the baseline, looking to instigate the first strike.
Oh, that is more than up to the task.
40-30.
Tara Rudy, sensational.
Well, taken early, you could see coming in behind that return, just wasn't able to make it inside the service box. That is the key.
The top seed from Thailand holds Tara Rudy 2-1 in front on serve first set. The height difference between the two at 22 centimetres. It's quite stark when you think about the women's game. You don't see such vast gaps a lot of the time, but I think this is what probably will hold Tara Rudy in good stead at right on 6 foot, pretty much at 100 or 5'11" in the old. She has that height advantage that a lot of others may not possess.
Yeah, it can be obviously an advantage, but if you look at players like Jasmine Paolini and how short in stature she is, but the athleticism, just a general physicality around the court and the way she competes, and you've got to find other ways. When you're a shorter player, you have to find other ways. You must have variety. That is the key. If you look at most of the players in the past that have been shorter in height, they generally have a little bit more variety. Of course, Martina Hingis, one of the greats, when she came out, she possessed a lot of variety in her game. But as we've seen throughout the years, well, Ash Barty wasn't extremely tall, but her ability to slice, play with heavy spin, have a very good serve in terms of her variety and changes of speeds on serve, just create that doubt for a returner. You never feel that the same ball is coming onto your strings.
Dominika Cibulkova, another one of those, not tall, but she had a lot of power, but also just would run and run and run and not give in.
On that occasion, it's very interesting for me watching Tara Rudy return. She split step on that occasion on the same spot and allowed the ball to come onto her strings. You find players that are generally a little more tall, a little more aggressive. They generally get their weight moving forwards inside the baseline and try and look for a more direction on the second serve return.
Was made to play 3 balls more than what she would have liked, but Young still up to the task. Fitness of Tara Rudy on show, the athleticism, the slide, Novak Djokovic-like. At +1, so dangerous. And this is the power that she brings. 161 kilometres an hour out wide for someone at 158 centimetres. That is impressive.
Well, this is what we talk about. He's having the placement over the speed. I can set you up as the +1. What we spoke about, there's not a lot of pressure on the Liang game at the moment. He's the underdog in this match.
Here it comes. Liang holds. And with Liang's career, we've only seen her play that one main draw match at a Grand Slam. That was at Roland Garros in 2021, where she managed to go through qualifying and make the round of 128. But it's just been the consistency, and you see that she's got a big game, but some days it works, some days it doesn't. And I think it's just harnessing that and trying to make the gap between her best and her worst a little bit less. Boom. That is what Tara Rudy's going to have to deal with today.
And that's almost the X factor that Liang has really, is the ability to take that ball early and come forward. She's a very good doubles player, and it's a way to integrate some of that net play. But you just think about how many players play a big game from the back of the court. And how so many players do that well on the WTA Tour. You need to have something that sets you apart. And this could be it for Liang, is her ability to come forward and sneak in the moment.
And you mentioned coming forward. Well, her ability in the doubles alleys, I think, definitely helps, because she's got that ability to volley at the net. She was the top seed this week. They were eliminated by the Cho sisters yesterday, but she has got good pedigree in doubles, as we've said a few times.
40-15.
It's a good first serve from Tara Rudy. He has a very consistent ball toss on the serve. Very compact swing. Well, that second serve, 117 kilometres an hour, sitting pretty in the service box for Liang, just taking that one on that occasion inside out off the backhand side. Such a difficult angle as the ball moves away from the forehand of a right-hander.
Again, attacking that second serve, 118 kilometres an hour.
Yes.
Liang saying, if you're going to do that, I'm going to bully you. It's a deuce.
And it's the statement that's being created. And as a server, if you know that you have that little bit of vulnerability on your second serve, well, you have to become braver in these moments, knowing that your opponent will continue to step in.
Absorbed an enormous amount of force, and the cry of "come on" was justly deserved.
Well, you can see she has an extreme grip on the forehand side. Tabarudi, so wanting time. When you have that grip, it just takes you a little longer. Elbow becomes a little closer to your body, so finds a way to inject that little bit extra pace on the backhand. Finally.
He's going to have to do a lot more to break down the backhand of Liang. Oh, she got away with that 115 kilometres an hour on the second ball. Liang was licking her lips.
I'll have a look again. Just a little bit of... So it's more the placement of that serve, especially when you're hitting it at 100, or anywhere between 115 and 118 kilometres an hour. You're in a bit of danger.
It's brutal. Again, below the 120 mark. Does she have to start going bigger?
Well, the first serve's important, and what I'm loving about Liang is just her ability to return in all parts of the court. She's been able to vary the direction off the forehand, off the backhand, from both sides, which is keeping Tabarudi guessing. First serve important.
Guided down the line to perfection.
Oh, that is not an easy shot by any stretch of the imagination. That ball was coming through deep, fast. Managed to find some space.
Well, this is the big test, second serve. Clubs it down the line. Tabarudi showing that she's got just as good a backhand as Liang. Holds in a mighty game. Leads 3-2 on serve first set.
Having some gels is Lana Tabarudi. Spoke about the gels earlier. They're another form of electrolyte, and some players love them and some players don't.
Which category did you find yourself in?
Absolutely not.
Really? No good?
Don't like the texture of gels.
Okay.
But, you know, you speak to players and they find, you know, they talk about how when you're nervous, it's very hard to sometimes even have a little bit of banana and occasionally even just being able to digest any sort of food. So gels are an easy way get into your system, but equally as good are the bottles. As we see the pink bottle there, full of a different electrolyte.
Love 15.
That occasion you could see that serve heading towards the body, almost that right hip, jamming Rudy up. Especially when you have an extreme grip, it's a difficult return to make.
That is ferocious. If you hit it anywhere remotely close to the hitting zone, Liang is going to make you pay.
It's well disguised as well. It's a shoulder turn. It's almost last second that the racket face changes. It's not an obvious forehand of where it's going.
Quick hold if she can conjure it up. Would be highly beneficial for Liang because she's put a lot of pressure into the most recent service game of Tara Rudy. She want to go straight back there. Make her do it all again. This is the consistency factor of Liang. She's got the big game, but if the errors creep in, she can become derailed.
Yeah, and this is where you would feel Tara Rudy can sense the moment. It's an opportunity not only to build pressure, but break. 3-2 is normally the time where players like to make a move.
Put it away. Excellent shot. And break point opportunity for the top seed.
It's still a bit of a risk though, isn't it? On this occasion, Liang doing all the aggressive work on the court, and you could sense Tara Rudy.
You guys are locked in. We can hear everything you're saying.
Yes.
Good way to save it.
And again, we talk about a player that is maybe shorter, but see that occasion, 162 down the tee. It's all about placement. Was able to stretch Tara Rudy on return. It's what you want.
And as Liang holds, saves the first break point of the match, but I think that's where doubles comes into it, because your serve has to be meticulously placed. And, you know, if you're going out wide to try and set things up for your teammate to put away a volley, you have to be able to hit your spots.
Absolutely, and it does force you. Doubles forces you to become more accurate, zone in, and focus. And sometimes we underestimate the value, obviously, of the serve. We know it's the most important part of the game, but it's really focusing one point at a time.
59.
Forehand, occasionally, again, just that ball coming in low, crossing that left foot over, really blocked the contact point on that occasion for Tara Rudy.
Club the off forehand.
30-15.
Says to her opponent, oh, cop some of your medicine.
You know what I did like about this was Liang throwing in a couple of those chip forehand returns, forcing her opponent to have to hit up and become a little uncomfortable. But on that occasion, was able to generate some pace from shoulder height.
She's just weathering the storm extremely well. Applying her trade and just going about her business, focusing on what's happening on her side of the court. The top seed holds once again. We remain on serve in this opening set, 4-3 in favour of Tara Rudy.
Change in racket for Tara Rudy. So here we have, normally you see players reaching for a freshly strung racket, especially when new balls are on their way. Just allows for the tension. Sometimes a tighter string can allow for the player to control the ball a little better. And every player is different. Not all players do this, but you find that players that have had a lot of experience at ATP or WTA events, they learn from the best. You see players do it on TV, and you just, you know, on an ITF level, not as much. But it's a smart move because the balls do tend to take off the strings very, very quickly. And an opportunity, well, now for Liang to level things up. Winning the first point always sends a little bit of a message, creates pressure for Liang. Having to fight her way back, always from behind. Never easy at this stage of a set. Oh, you got to love the play from Anlana Tara Rudy. Aggressive from the get-go, that backhand down the line. I just love the way she cut across the court, took the ball early. That's the key for that backhand down the line. You normally see players stepping across their body too often, but on that occasion was able to force the play.
50-30.
It's one way to get yourself out of trouble.
It's a very good first serve. You can see it hitting the line, opening the court up. This is Rule Book 101 in tactics. Serve wide, play to the open court. The body language, that occasion says it all from Tara Rudy. She is disappointed, very makeable backhand. It was right on her racket with absolutely zero pressure.
Keeps herself in the game.
Yes.
Mentioned the body language. Could have been so disappointed and bereft and let the game go, but she's regrouped, gone into juice. Once again, 2 points away from getting a decisive break in this opening set.
Well, she responded extremely well and used her athleticism to perfection. That open stance backhand up the line was magnificent.
Advantage, Liang. Again, we do apologise about the little glitch on our score bug with the serves. It is Enshuo Liang serving at 3-4. Drilled the backhand on the return.
Yes.
And it feels like this match is going to be one on return. Whoever can return in better fashion, their second serves are not lighting the world on fire. So it's who's going to take advantage of that?
And we spoke about that earlier, didn't we? Was the ability to return and how well. You see the top players, they win a large percentage on second serve. And at a lower level, you generally find they win less, but just a little predictable on the second serve right now from Liang.
Advantage. Yeah.
Again, droop shoulders. Tara Rudy just has to let bygones be bygones. Fights her way out of trouble. Enshuo Liang. 4 games apiece in this opening set. I feel like the momentum has swung in both directions at times, and at the moment, slightly feeling it's going the way of Tara Rudy, making inroads into the Liang service game. She's gotten to juice in the last 2.
Oh, that body language that we saw in the previous game, that just was giving us a little insight into the pressure that she may be feeling at this stage of a set. You would expect to break there. And there was a couple of uncharacteristic errors coming off the forehand and then the backhand. So an extended rally, and again, we have a good look at the body language, just looking a little panicked is Tara Rudy. And if you're Liang, you don't want to be turning away from that. You want to keep your eyes on your opponent. Another forehand error. Again, it was on her racket. But that again, that ball was coming in nice and quick towards the body of Tara Rudy.
Exactly what Tara Rudy needed under enormous pressure.
First serve.
Liang sort of stood there motionless for about 5 seconds after the winning shot was struck.
Good look at the preparation. Holds it last second.
Really trying to fire herself up, which I like because she's just trying to get herself out of that mental funk.
Yeah, absolutely. And remembering she's a young player, she's 21 years of age. And it's a very big moment for her coming into this tournament as #1 seed. And that reactive mindset again, that basic error off the backhand, that's almost, didn't seem there was a lot of clarity or commitment.
Advantage.
Finds the first serve once more. Both players not serving at the highest level when it comes to first serves. Liang 55%. Tara Rudy 42%. Gutsy holds, love 30 down, and Tara Rudy finds a way. Leads 5 games to 4, and Liang will serve to stay in the first set on the resumption. Been an enthralling opening exchange. Both players landing jabs, but nothing sticking at the moment. No one been able to break through. We've only seen one break point so far. We've seen a couple of love 30s, 15-30s, but no one has really been able to take the match by the scruff of the neck.
Well, you can just see there, Tara Rudy trying to take in some deep breaths, calming herself down. I'm sure she's dealing with a few nerves and maybe some doubt. You always have a little bit of doubt moving into big matches like this, but you can see how chilled her opponent is.
Yeah, I was going to say, she looks so relaxed, Liang. Taking in her surroundings. Not making any real movements. Being present in the moment. She'll serve to stay in this opening set.
Love 15.
Second double fault for Liang.
And just having a look at the the coaching team, just not feeling comfortable. I imagine she's saying, but first serve percentage is very important for Liang. She's been winning a larger majority of them when the ball has gone in off first serves.
First serve.
Was there to be hit. She had time to plant her feet and really extend into that swing. And Tara Rudy again puts herself in a decent position on return. Can she finish it off? 15-30, massive opportunity.
Again, there's that little bit of self-doubt in that return. Didn't commit to it. Even if you want to try and hit that slice forehand, you have to get your body weight moving through it. Almost just waited, didn't move her feet. Tara Rudy. We'll keep our eye on that bravery in the bigger moments.
It's a barrage. Everything flying at Tara Rudy. And in the end, Liang with too much for the tight #1 seed. 40-30. Power getting her out of trouble somewhat again. She holds from 15-30 down. Liang keeps this set going. She was 2 points away from losing it. And after 48 minutes, we edge closer to a tiebreak.
For me, the responses are always important, what you look for in a player. And on that occasion, Liang made the statement she was going to stay on the baseline pretty much and control with her forehand. And it paid dividends in the end.
Too overzealous, wasn't she? She didn't really need to hit it that hard.
It's a great move from Tara Rudy, but it was an excellent dig out of the slice backhand, getting it low over the net. Liang forcing her opponent to come up with the volley, and it was right there.
She was frustrated with herself too. Kicked the plexi cushion. That +1 is really impressive. Tara Rudy has that ability to hit that spot. And she's had Liang launching and flinging her body at trying to make those returns. She's in career best form, career high ranking 138. Made her maiden WTA semi-final in Chennai just at the end of the month in October. That sort of, well, those sorts of results give you an abundance of confidence. 40 love.
$40-15.
And a quick hold. Exactly what was needed for Tara Rudy. Leads 6 games to 5 in this opening set.
Tara Rudy, 6 games to 5.
Thai tennis, Betty, is in an interesting position. We've seen a lot of players over the years have decent careers. I think we've seen Danai Udom on the men's side, Srishavan, as we spoke about, and on the women's side, we've seen a lot of players sort of get up but not really sustain things. Tamarine Tanasagan is probably the biggest one, and she played until she was almost 50, didn't she? She was well into her 40s.
Yeah, it's been an interesting development, hasn't it, in Thai tennis? If you look at the calendar again, if you look at the amount of junior events that are being played, and again we see Tara Rudy taking in some deep breaths, just trying to remain present. There is an immense amount of junior events being played in a similar location week in, week out, so it's cutting down the expenses of a lot of players in terms of travel time, but it's also been an influx of juniors coming through. As we have a look at even junior Davis Cup teams and junior Billie Jean King Cup teams, there is good quality, high-level talent coming through Thailand at the moment, and you would put that down to the amount of events also coming through.
Tara Rudy made her Billie Jean King Cup debut in 2022, and as you mentioned about junior events, she's won 13 of them.
Well, that one coming off the frame, we like to call them a shank in tennis, and it's never a good feeling, but you can understand why. Ball was getting off the baseline.
Happens to everyone. But you're right. Horrendous feeling. It's Liang understood what that error meant. Gives her opponent a look in this game. She wants to try and hold as quickly as possible. Neither of these players have gone to a tiebreak in this event so far. Again, for the third successive return game, Tara Rudy finds herself at 15-30.
Well, smart play from Tara Rudy. There's a couple of occasions where she just hit her forehand with a lot more height over the net. Getting against a shorter play, getting that ball above the shoulders, it's difficult to generate a winner from there.
Incredible power.
30.
Delivers again when it's needed most.
I'm just looking at, will Tara Rudy continue to commit on the return? Tried the slice forehand return. It was a good one. And then took that left leg right off the ground, but almost took it off too early. You can see the racket face open, sending that one over the baseline.
Once again, we go to juice.
If you're feeling any nerves at this point, you really need to, if you're Tara Rudy, just get on your toes, shake it out. Maybe cover the wide serve a little more.
Advantage. Liang.
And a tiebreak will be needed to decide who takes the opening set. At the Sichuan International Tennis Centre, women's singles semi-final of the Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard playoff. We've gone nearly an hour. Both have positive ledgers in tiebreaks this year. Tara Rudy, 8 wins, 4 losses. Liang, 4 wins, 2 losses, but it's not a massive sample size. Perfect start. And the shoulders move lower again.
Yeah, it's just important for Tara Rudy here to continue. Sometimes just being up on your toes forces your mindset to just feel more brave, confident, energetic. Something that we're starting to see this creep in a little more, the body language dropping off.
Bruising rally. And Liang with the goods again. Just to show the evenness of this contest. Liang, or before that point, we played 88. They'd won 44 apiece.
It's such a high level of tennis at this stage of the match. And Liang, just impressive. Just the way she's responding in these big moments.
And first serve.
Normally expect a player of this ranking to drop off a lot more than what we've seen.
Incredible volley. Had to chop away to get the backspin. Came at her body at an awkward height, but there is that doubles pedigree that we've spoken about at great length. 3-love.
And for me, again, this is the X factor that Liang has right now in this match, is her ability to move up and down in her levels of variety.
help relieve some of the tension. Walloping a forehand.
It's a good serve. Jammed Liang up and it allowed.
Yeah. Thirty-two. Yeah.
174 down the tee. It's the score back to 3-2. Keeps it at 1 mini break and keeps in touch. Just like that, mini break is gone. Tara Rudy just fighting and sometimes just getting those 2 service points, getting on the board can free you up a little bit.
Sometimes it can be a little curse. Starting off a tiebreaker, you get off to a very quick start, but all of a sudden, naturally, a player will fight back, and momentum is such a huge thing in tennis. When you have it, you've got to find ways to maintain it, and there's so many ways to do that. But right now, for Tara Rudy, it's been a couple of good first serves, an unforced error from Liang, so back on evens.
The tennis is getting better and better.
4-3. Tara.
And all of a sudden, Tara Rudy sees her level lift with a mini break of her own, 4 straight points.
This is what you would expect of Tara Rudy. You would expect that she would understand how to settle things down, get back into some basics, bigger target areas, force your opponent to come up with something.
And after 8 points, we're still none the wiser. Tiebreak playing out like the match.
Oh, it was a very tight backhand, wasn't it?
The moon ball. Used to great effect.
5-4. Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Liang now has the mini break.
Oh, how was that defensive moon ball? In fact, it was a humongous moon ball that really threw Tara Rudy off. She wasn't able to generate any pace off that slow, loopy ball. Well, it's up and down, and it's becoming a real mental battle. The ability to trust yourself in these moments is absolutely paramount. On that occasion, opting to take a backhand, Liang, you felt that the forehand has been doing some damage, the heaviness of that ground stroke.
Ball got a bit too much. Liang swung down on it.
6-5, Tararudi.
And Tararudi has a set point on her own serve.
It was a real test in patience and physicality in that point, and that last backhand from Liang just one step slower, unable to get behind the ball, but it is the perfect example of discipline.
6 straight points have gone against the server. And after a little over an hour, the top seed, with a cry of come on, takes a vital set in a tie-break. Quite an incredible set of tennis. Momentum swings aplenty. And the 21-year-old finds herself in a very good position, 7-6 after 67 minutes. As we keep rolling, it's a calm look and nervous look on Liang early on. Steadied her way into it. Some of those big forehands from Tararudi, ensuring her spot with a 1-set lead. What a court we've got. And what a set we had. 7 games to 6 in 67 minutes. 5 aces for Lanlana Tararudi. The 2 double faults each. The first serve percentage is something that she'll want to work on. But when she does get it in, 75%. It's quite a good number. 76% for Liang, but only winning 41% of her second serve points. And the total points won, I think, shows how even the set was. Just the 1 break point faced across 67 minutes. Quite incredible. But the 21-year-old who's playing her career best tennis at 138 in the world is looking the goods so far. Played big when it mattered. Both players looked tight on serve. It was, well, that set point ended a run of 6 consecutive serve point losses as we look at Enshaw Liang, or Liang Enshaw, speaking with her team, speaking with her coach, and get some sound advice leading into this second set. It's do or die for her now. It wasn't so long ago this sort of stuff wouldn't be seen on court, and you get in big trouble. But it's great to see, because players, it is such a lonely world in the singles arena. Sometimes it's good to have that reassuring voice. Liang Enshaw, she knows how to do it in the big matches. She won the AO Junior title back in 2018, and you wouldn't have thought that she wouldn't play a main draw match up until 2025, and we still sit there 7.5, nearly 8 years later, and she's not been to the main draw. She would love that opportunity. As Tararudi has stepped off court briefly, just to gather her thoughts, gather her composure, come out and try and sustain this momentum. As Liang makes her way back from her coaching team. New water or new drink. Shaken, not stirred, I'm sure.
It's a nice array of colours, isn't it?
Yeah.
You want to feel colourful, vibrant when you're out there. And, well, it was a difficult ending for Liang. You felt that she had a very good lead in that tiebreaker, maybe a very premature one, but came down to a couple of little discipline points, and we felt that might have been the case. Can she sustain the level? And she did for quite some time.
Yeah, it was an enjoyable set, and you could see it happening from the first 3 games. You felt like you're in for a long contest, and it's been an enjoyable one. Liang just needs to put that result behind her. Easier said than done, of course, when you do have a 3-love lead and 5-4 in front with a mini break, and you're unable to convert. But she just needs to make sure that she stays in the moment and continues playing the tennis that she has done, because it is quality and it possesses an abundance of power that can bring Lanlana Tararudi unstuck. Second set about to get underway. Liang and Chua to get us off and running.
Oh, there it is. Crushing backhand down the line winner. And for me, right now, Val will be, does Tararudi open the shoulders up? Has a little bit of relief. Maybe gets the tension out of her game. And can she put her foot on the accelerator?
Maybe having that set advantage will allow her to pounce on situations like these. The last 3 service games of Liang have seen either love 30 or 15-30. 4 now. The ferocity on the forehand, heard by all in Chengdu, and brings up 3 breakpoint opportunities, does the top seed.
Well, that slice wasn't too bad. It remained low, but was able to generate her own racket head speed on that forehand, Tararudi, and excellent finish mid-court. 1 saved. She was a bit laconic with the volley, and Lanlana Tararudi immediately on the offensive with a break in the opening game. Leads 1 game to love, forging ahead in this semi-final. Well, if you ever need to break early, this is the time. You've just lost, well, you've just won the tiebreaker after a tightly contested set, but this is where the vulnerability of the player shows, and it shows very early on in the set. And on that occasion, Liang down love 40 very quickly. And that last backhand volley, he's standing in the middle of the court, hitting away from your body is a difficult volley. That should be going across court. So Tararudi looking a little more settled. We can often see this, Betty, especially, you know, in the era of the big 3, and Serena players would often push them to tie breaks in first sets.
not quite come up with the goods, and you've had such a big mental effort for such a long time that you can just trough after the peak.
It's a really good thought, because quite often you find when you watch practice sessions of players, you don't sometimes feel that they practice with the same level of focus or intent. And you look at the best players in the world and their training sessions are brutal. They are engaged every single point and every single shot in practice, and you find players that generally are lurking just in that ITF level or that circuit. They watch the practice, they could have a really good practice a couple of days in a row, but then it really drops off. And you see that in matches.
This could be the perfect response for Liang. Bruising backhand down the line.
30 points.
Gotta love that play. Serve down the tee, hit back behind. Just watch her court position here on the ad court. She stands quite close to the centre. You sometimes lose out on that angle out wide. Has a preference for serving down the tee.
And an immediate break back from Liang Enshaw. She's not going away. And it's the perfect response. Someone who is desperate to gain that main draw debut at the AO.
Body language significantly dropped off on that occasion for Tara Rudy.
It's insane that we only saw one break point across 67 minutes in the opening set. We've had 9 in this second set. We've already seen 4. And if you are just joining us, Lana Tara Rudy, the top seed, has taken the opening set in 67 minutes, and Enshaw Liang trying to get her way back into this. We do apologise about the score bug. It is Liang serving. It does say that they both are, but it is Liang on the bottom of the bug.
Exceptional swing, serve. That cut completely away. Not only did it completely crossed over the doubles line. And body language, again, from Tara Rudy. Just in this moment, you would expect to see a player a little more lively.
again, coming into the net. She's so good at putting these points away. We've seen it over the years. And Tara Rudy with a sigh of relief and a big fist pump at that.
There seems to be a little bit of a limp going on. You can see the strapping on the leg of Liang on that right side. Has put up a couple times, a little uncomfortable.
Laser sharp.
Advantage.
Incredible. Just kept the consistency, kept peppering that side of the court, forehand and backhand.
It's a good play against Tara Rudy, who moves well across the baseline. He's hitting that one back in behind, forcing the change of direction.
Game.
First hold of the second set goes the way of Liang and Schwartz. Leads 2-1 on serve, second set. So how is Tara Rudy going to focus, keep herself engaged and within her processes, because it was looking so good for her. She finally got that decisive break and was forging in front, but Liang, as she so often does, continues to fight and scrap her way back into contests.
I think quite often in matches like this, your tennis needs to match your mindset, and your mindset really is the thing that directs a lot of your performances. And for me, with Tara Rudy on screen, there's just been too many inconsistencies in the body language that occasionally gets her in these positions where the performance just seems to waver a little bit. The momentum changes, and she's done well to continue competing, but you just get the sense if Liang was to try to forge ahead, it would, the body language and just the mental, the mindset that Tara Rudy has, will she be able to keep picking it up? Because at the moment she's got a set under her belt, but she doesn't seem like she's walking as a player who's just won the first set. That's a difficult forehand. Had no pace. You see players miss those ones often because they're unable to generate forward rotation on the ball, so heavy spin.
That's better. Clinical volley. Liang finding a new lease on life.
This volley is exceptional. Have a look at the movement. Comes forward, covers the line, covers the direction of the ball, but was able to keep her body weight moving forward. Take the contact point earlier. Excellent play from Liang.
Complete script flip. Love 43 break points. Old Faithful. Sixth ace of the contest.
30 points.
Well, beaten for depth was the young Henshaw. You can see tapping her heel. She's annoyed with that.
And on the third attempt, young Henshaw breaks in the second set to lead 3-1. The momentum has completely changed after the opening game where Tara Rudy finally looked like she had a stranglehold on the contest. But the former junior prodigy is fighting on, putting herself in a great position to possibly take this to a third set.
Looks a little flat, doesn't she? Alana Tarudi just unable to get going at the moment. Yeah, you've got to deal with this pretty quickly. Otherwise, this set's slipping away in a blink of an eye.
(30-15).
That was sweet.
30.
It's those sorts of shots that allowed her to get into that set and break position.
Well, it's also, this sort of point injects a little bit of energy into the body and the mindset. And there was a fist pump there.
Excellent serve, 142, sliding out wide. Almost at her towel box when she placed her strings to the ball. So we get another flyover. Pilots aiming to have a look at what's happening at the AO Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff, I would too. Solid hold. The young Henshaw. It's 4-1 with a break in the second set. From one love down, this former AO Junior champion rattled off 4 games in a row to see herself in a mightily commanding position. And if you are Tara Rudy now, what are you thinking? And what, as a coach, what are you trying to say to her?
Well, I think as a coach, there's moments where you really don't need to say a lot other than try and increase the energy. It's very clear she's become extremely flat. And you need a little bit of adrenaline to just see the ball a little earlier, move quicker. Right now, she's not playing with any conviction. She's becoming reactive, waiting for things to happen. And if in this first point, you almost just got to make a commitment to yourself. Say, I'm going to take the return on. I'm going to take some court space away from my opponent. And if you win or lose the point, you need to start playing a brand of tennis that's going to ignite a flame. At the moment, she just looks like a player that's almost given in to losing this set.
Just been fed a stat by the great Lorenzo in the van saying that Tara Rudy has only won 17% of points on second serve in this set. That'll be a little less now. And even less again.
Oh, there's a big bit of support on that right knee, and that is the driving leg on serve. It's the leg that you load on the forehand. You wonder how much that is playing in to the way she's striking her forehand and just the serving percentages.
Her serve has been such a topic of discussion because it seems as though it's being won or lost on her racket and on her strings. Third double fault of the game. Seventh for the match, Betty.
Yeah, and that is speaking volumes to the perceived pressure on return from Liang.
Another break for Liang Shuo. 5 consecutive games for the 25-year-old. And she finds herself somehow serving for the set after just 22 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a very strange second set, hasn't it, after the first game from Tara Rudy. Right now, she needs to find some momentum. In some cases, do you just let that set be, start all over again?
Painting the lines. Three set points. Clinical set from Liang. Keeps it going a little longer. We're going the distance. Liang Shuo plays a mighty second set to quite literally blast her way back into it. She wins it in 24 minutes, 6 games to 1. Quite an incredible second set with Tara Rudy unable to hold serve on one occasion. Liang Henshaw looking mightily relaxed. Here are the highlights from the second set. And the clench on that racket. It's pretty much how tightly Liang Henshaw clasped that set. And it was just an obliteration.
Time.
It's been a little bit of an uncomfortable position for Tara Rudy, moving out wide to the forehand. You could see not really making a full attempt to physically get out there and mentally to commit. So we have to keep an eye on that right knee. See, it is the one with all the support.
Hasn't held serve since the first set, so this is a huge game. Loud cry of, come on, trying to fire herself up. Get those endorphins pumping.
Better start already. We did have a similar start in the second set, but you could see the footwork, just the amount of steps taking, a couple of little extra adjustment steps.
That is glorious. Liang is up the ante massively on some of these ground strokes.
Well, it's over the lower part of the net, across her body, so you can take the return early and follow it in.
There's just not much that can go wrong with that backhand, is there?
There's almost a similarity between the Ash Barty backhand, where the elbow is extended away from the rib cage, a very compact backswing, and it generally can generate a flatter, more linear type of ball.
Loud cry of come on. She knows how vital a hold of serve will be to commence this third set. Winner of this sets up a date with Zarina Diaz of Kazakhstan or Shihan of China. And we go to Juice again.
But there was an example there. It was half committal on that backhand. There's no body weight moving forward through the shot. Generally, that's what you see when you trust your ground strokes. Physicality matches up.
good off the racket. Just kept deviating in midair. Couple of choice words. Break point.
They're the moments that you have to convert. And it's easier said than done, but that's where you want to try to create an extended rally, put a lot more pressure on Tararudi, who on the previous point was clearly frustrated.
Clever. Executed perfectly. And Tararudi goes back to game point.
It started with that excellent wide serve, moves in, keeps the racket face in front. Nice and tidy up at net. Volleys well.
And that is a mightily important hold.
First game, final set.
The first time since the first set that she's been able to hold her serve. And Tararudi leads by that game in this third set. Winner of it will go through to tomorrow's final.
What I did like about that from Tararudi was her ability from the get-go to try and pump herself up. We heard the come on. You could hear the adjustment steps on court. That's always a good sign of the intensity increasing. And when you are, or when you have been feeling flat, that is the best way to do it. And some players do it through grunting. Others do it through footwork. There's perfect examples of Arina Sabalenka, who grunts her way through shots. It's just a very good way to increase the intensity. Important for Liang to keep the scoreboard close in this set.
Just playing with this newfound confidence, isn't she? It was like going down a break in that second set, flick the switch. Also just seemingly maybe a little bit of a lack of movement or from the other side of the court.
Oh, it's a pretty poor error from Liang. Just did not move forwards on that backhand. Waited behind the baseline. As the ball came towards her, it started to lose its energy. Well, cuts it fine. Gets the job done. It's an excellent first serve, setting up the +1.
Excellent scrambling. Liang knows that opportunity should have been cashed in on. And it's those backhand volleys have caused her a few issues today.
She tends to stop a little early. So when you stop your momentum from coming forward, you end up too far away from the net and you lose out on the angles. On that occasion, again, just stopping the footwork. love to be able to see Tara Rudy just take that return on, stand inside the baseline. It's early in the set, create pressure.
Yes.
And it's been the mantra, you know, hit the ball big, stick to your game style, but just these last couple of points, errors that we didn't see in the second set have crept in. And this is the consistency that we mentioned in the first set.
It's another good first serve from Liang, but you, again, Tara Rudy almost in line with the Chengdu sign on court. Long way back from there.
Took it on the rise and dispatched it for a gutsy hold. One game all in this third set. And this match continues to dazzle.
This takes it on, takes it up. Well, takes that contact point before it gets above the shoulders, and that is key, but it takes superior timing. Does it well. Great serving from Tara Rudy. Ace down the tee. You can see it sliding away from the racket face of Liang. The footwork has certainly increased. The intensity is visible right now in the game of Tara Rudy. You can see the adjustment steps, taking a couple extra steps, releasing from that right side.
Well, that is her most convincing hold for a long time. 2-1 is Tara Rudy's lead in this third set. She marks it with a love hold for the first time in the match. We see this a lot where players will lose a set by a convincing margin and then all of a sudden they switch right back on. Sometimes they just try and conserve that energy, don't they?
Yeah, they do, but it could be. Look, it's a big moment. We forget that Tara Rudy is only 21 years of age, and this is one of the biggest moments in her career. And playing in this moment where it's been a little bit of that certainty and uncertainty and certainty and uncertainty, we've seen it. But she's stabilised a little more mentally in this set. There's been a few more come on. She's becoming vocal. She's becoming energetic. And that's what you need to do. But it's also proving to your opponent that, hey, I'm back and you're going to have to work extremely hard to beat me. And that is a very difficult place to play from if you're Liang right now, who is having to hold serve from behind.
She'll back herself in. Her power game is strong. Tara Rudy on top on serve in this third set.
Love 15.
somehow dug it out, Quite incredible.
Oh, does the right thing, or guess right in the end, but did the right thing to move forward, to close in on that volley, but almost got in trouble with the half volley. Return, again, the movement, moving sideways as opposed to forwards and inside the court. You want to cut the angle as you make contact. That's what's causing the error on that backhand return.
You just think that with that quick reflex, 40-15, you know, that, well, it looks so much better than love 30, doesn't it?
It does, and it can change the momentum of a match very quickly because you feel that you should have won that point and you don't. Yeah, you're 40-15 down, so Rudy, you want to step in and just give it a go. Well, you don't have to, because it's a double fault from Liang.
Yes.
40-15. It's now sitting precariously for Liang. Liang slightly more passive these past few points, and from 40-15, Tara Rudy finds herself with a break point.
This is also where Tara Rudy at times has become passive herself. Really needs to put the foot down.
That is exemplary, outstanding, and any other superlative you want to use.
This is an incredible volley and never easy. That was a phenomenal pass. It was down low. You could see the talent, just nice and low, racket face behind the ball.
You know it's good when Liang pumps the fist. She doesn't show much, but you know she liked it. And so did we. Party time. How she managed to manufacture a winner out of that. It was a skidding forehand return.
It's also now, how's the confidence in the Liang game? You come up with a volley like that and all of a sudden you think everything's possible. It's excellent stuff from Liang.
Break point saved. And a crucial hole for Liang Enchuo. 2 games apiece in this third set. And we're back to that point where we have no idea where it's going.
Oh, it'll be interesting to see how Tara Rudy responds after having some opportunities. These are always the moments where you understand a player's mindset under pressure. Character comes into it. Forehand, again, where the racket face opens up. If you watch the way she positions herself on forehand, Tara Rudy, that left leg comes off the ground before contact, which enables the racket face to open, sending it long. So much better when she can stay a little more grounded with her feet.
And this is where that trough can come after you have a break point and you're unsuccessful. You can get caught dwelling on the past. And as she's done so often, served her way out of a bind. That is brutal power. Enforcing the law and barging her way to a breakpoint opportunity.
Oh, you look at a lot of the movement pattern from Tara Rudy, just moving laterally as opposed to cutting off any angles. Just playing reactive tennis.
And she pushed it and pushed it wide. Liang Enchuo gains a crucial break in this third set and leads 3 games to 2.
Liang with a lot of the momentum right now after a couple of those incredible pickups. Excellent volley down below near the ankles. Was able to get herself out of trouble as we look at the emotions of Lana Tara Rudy. She's done well to steady this set, but really has struggled with that mental consistency. You've got to keep reminding yourself that you're okay. All in touch in score and just 1 point at a time, maintaining clarity of game plan. language still looking doubtful. Just overdoing it on the forehand. Liang, that ball not giving her any pressure. Just losing out on a bit of the spin. She's used that forehand very well throughout this match. The cross-court pattern, you can see creating excellent width, had an opening to go down the line, was clipping the net, but opportunity was created. So 2 forehand errors so far in this game. On both occasions, not troubled.
She can gain that crucial consolidation. Just puts all the more pressure on Tara Rudy. Out it goes. And Liang manages to find another way through. Oh, Tara Rudy goes lethal.
How good was this point? He didn't feel that Tara Rudy was really in a position, but that outside leg stays over the left shoulder, just threads the needle down the line. So impressed with Liang's hand skills. Is able to take the ball super early, holds baseline well, directs pace incredibly well. And it's an interesting reaction. Well, 0 reaction from Tara Rudy. There seemed to be a lot of those emotions that we saw early on in the set.
11 aces for Tara Rudy. That time, the moon ball doesn't quite work. It's been such an impressive fight back from Liang. All on the return. Stepped in on it. After losing that opening set in 67 minutes, you could have forgiven Liang for dropping the bundle. She has been steadfast. Another double fault.
That is and perceived pressure. Her opponent on the previous point took the return on, came forward, rushing tennis. On that occasion was looking to do the same.
Net, first serve. Advantage, target.
That is a clean serve. Simply must keep it at one break. That is outstanding. Simply outstanding. Lanlana Tararudi
4 games to 3.
managed to scamper, get those high balls back on the line and then turn defence into supreme attack. 4 games to 3 in favour of Liang, third set with a break. Massive game for the former Junior Australian Open champion to keep this break alive.
She's had a lot of success, as you see, slapping that leg with all that trendy tape on it. Maybe experiencing some pain, but had a big opening down the line. Probably didn't need to hit it that close.
again, the body language is looking more and more desperate in the facial expressions as well.
Well, I'm not sure how your tie is going, Val, but she's really just not having a lot of fun out there at the moment. That backhand again, lack of footwork.
Liang bereft on court. And I can kind of see why. It looked very close. Umpires just saying, get up, come on. Oh. It was very close.
There is a lines judge directly on that line. It looked like it was going wide, but difficult angle for us to be calling.
Oh, that is class. It's brought her unstuck a few times this afternoon, Liang, but that time she made it work.
This is an excellent backhand volley. This is not easy. It was coming towards her body. She was able to play it off the hip. You can see the racket face just dropping slightly.
The frame.
Yes.
Tara Rudy got off lightly, hit one right on the line, landed on the outside of it. All of a sudden, a humongous point for the Thai #1 seed.
Tara Rudy was just taking a little extra time, having a chat with her team, trying to reiterate what she needs to be doing.
Collective murmur from the crowd brings up a break back point for Lanlana Tara Rudy. You can maybe put a little asterisk next to the point where Liang thought the ball was long. She hasn't won a point since then.
Replay point. Replay point.
Tara Rudy does not want to have to replay the point at all.
Well, seeing a bit of everything in this game.
That is some way to save it.
Yes.
Winner of this will meet Zarina Diaz of Kazakhstan, the 7th seed. Had a 6-1, 6-3 win over Han Shi of China. That was the racket face on the connection, Betty.
That was the windscreen wipe beforehand, and that looked a lot harder than what it needed to be. It was a great get from Tara Rudy, but an even better serve, wasn't it? Able to come up with the answers at the moment. Liang under pressure. Really good signs from her.
This game extends to Juice 3. Men's singles final tomorrow. That's going to be contested between Bu Yunchalketa and Akira Santillan, who defeated Coleman Wong in straight sets today as well. So this is the last piece of the singles puzzle in Chengdu this week.
Big moment, second serve. Juice.
That is a wondrous get. Created supreme angle. And Liang goes back to game point. Will it be third time lucky?
Oh, the backhand width from Liang was exceptional. Out of nowhere, creates something special. Oh, talking of special, backhand down the line, comes to the party for Tararudi. That backhand down the line has been a great shot for Tararudi. I often think that she maybe doesn't use it enough due to the court position that she continues to be comfortable with. When you're a long way back, it's very difficult to have that level of aggression, but plays aggressive when down, a little more passive when things are even. Not happy with another call, Liang.
Again, her prowess at the net coming to the forefront.
Advantage. Yeah.
This was a very passive second serve return, just making it over the service line. It allowed for Liang to play that level of aggression, and you just feel that at these moments you need to step up, you need to be brave, and it's favouring Liang right now.
And it's a gutsy hold. And it's one that puts Liang Enshuo one game away from the final here in Chengdu. 5 games to 3.
And for Liang, her body language has not changed a single bit from start to really where we are right now, but there's been ebbs and flows. The body language of Tararudi really needs to now win this first point.
Called wide. And this has been the case for Liang throughout the entirety of her career. I remember watching that AO Junior match against Clara Burrell in the final. Just unwavering facial expression, remains steadfast.
Excellent first serve. Finds the corner of the box. And that first serve hits its mark. She's been able to generate a lot of these +1 easy finishes. Forces her to be more aggressive.
They hurt. She just changed her racket face, didn't she? Kind of had to swat at it. Let's have a look at the replay.
Oh, this is a bad miss from Tararudi. No one needs to tell her that. You can see she's front on. Well, that is the first mistake.
Cardinal sin. And it's shots like that that can unravel you. verbal exchange with herself. It's wonderful. And there's not many better ways to bring up a match point than a clean backhand winner that paints the line. That's where Liang finds herself. It's lovely, Liang. Liang and Chua will move through to the final tomorrow as she aims for a berth in the main draw of the Australian Open for the first time in her career in what would be 8 years after she won the junior singles and doubles titles. Quite an incredible performance. After losing the first set in 67 minutes, she wins it overall in just under 2.5 hours.
What a performance from Liang and Chua. She deserved it. Her just overall consistent body language throughout was able to allow her to just be in the moment, play 1 point at a time. And this young lady on our screen, well, she's had a great year, but the emotions in the end got the better of her, and it really showed.
And look, this isn't the end of her dream to play AO. She's ranked 138 in the world. She will have an opportunity at qualifying. There'll be tournaments at the start of the year that she can use to build on. So she will be at Melbourne Park. But this lady, she's 1 win away from guaranteeing it. Nearly 8 years after she had her junior crowning glory. What an incredible performance after dropping that first set. She'll meet Zarina Diaz of Kazakhstan in the decider tomorrow. The men's singles final is set between Bu Yunchao-Kurta and Akira Santillan. Women's doubles action coming up, so we'll keep talking because they'll speak in Chinese. So quite an incredible performance to come back from losing that first set and then just rebounding it. She was a breakdown in the second, and after that it was like a completely different person.
It was. She was able to... What's those turning moments in a match? It's the momentum shifters and the things that can turn a match on its head. We had the 30-15 point where it was a bad call. She was a little bit emotional about it, and that was the game where it became a tough tussle. It was facing the break points. It was the even points at deuce. But for Tara Rudy, she was unable to be aggressive enough in the moments that really counted. And it speaks a little bit to not having enough top 100 wins this year. She's had a couple, but to continue moving up into the top 100, you have to take the matches on. You have to want to go out there and win it. And there was occasions where it became very passive and it allowed Liang to just take complete control.
She should be so pleased with that result. It's been a tough few years for her, just not being able to make those inroads in the singles world. But when it comes to doubles, she's in the top 100. She's enjoyed a career best year there, making her maiden WTA final. But now comes the real test. Zarina Diaz tomorrow separates her from a main draw berth and a second ever Grand Slam match. She's got the power we know that can trouble a lot of players, but can she put it together one more time this week in Chengdu?
Well, she came into this match the underdog, and I really felt that she enjoyed the moment a lot more than her opponent, who was feeling the pressure and the expectations. And again, it will be the same for both players tomorrow. And Diaz has been as high as 35 in the world, and she finds herself in this position. Also, so the expectation again for Liang, not on her shoulders. She's ranked 354 in the WTA rankings. Who would have thought she would be here in the final tomorrow?
That's exactly what she was doing to Lanlana Tararudi, just causing her mental anguish and pain. She had her own frustrations as well, but in the end, it was pure and utter relief coming back from a set down, all smiles. And as we move towards the singles final tomorrow, we'll have a look at where she can come at Zarina Diaz. And it was the first serve points won, 70%. That was a big number for her. She ended up hitting more first serves in play in terms of percentage, 61 to 57. And she was just cleaner as well. It was less double faults. The aces is something that she had to deal with, but break point, she ended up creating 9 and won 11 more points overall.
Well, the big stat for me is that second serve points won. The ability to win 47% on your second serve in these matches, it counts. And you can see for Tara Rudy just was unable to do that. 9 double faults also accounting to that. But there was just the pressure from Liang over time that accumulated, and emotionally you could see she was unable to find a way through it.
So in 2 hours and 23 minutes, Enshuo Liang, or Liang Enshuo, is through to the final. Women's doubles action coming up very shortly. Cho Yishuan, Cho Yisen, Chinese Taipei, coming up next up against Momoko Kobori and Ayano Shimizu of Japan, the second seeds. And then we move through to the men's doubles final. Yusuke Kuzuhara, Shunsuke Nakagawa, the fifth seeds, up against Prochia Isaro and Nikki Kalianda Punacha of India, the second seeds. We're in for 2 enthralling contests. Last year's doubles finals were enthralling. Looking forward to these two coming up at the Sichuan International Tennis Centre. We're halfway through our frenetic Friday, so we look forward to seeing the 2 finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2026 Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. The third time contest in the boys now begins. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let's welcome Zhuo Yixuan and Zhuo Yixuan from Chinese.
The semis have been run and won, and it's time for the real deal to make their way through to an Australian Open main draw berth. Women's doubles final action here at the Sichuan International Tennis Centre, and it's the third seeds who make their way out first. Chou Yixuan and Chou Yizhen of Chinese Taipei. Chou Yizhen here in the pink, and Chou Yixuan in the white jumper. The two sisters from Chinese Taipei, and their opponents, Momoko Kobori and Ayano Shimizu of Japan, the second seeds. All smiles as they walk out. Kobori there on the right and Shimizu on the left. Both teams have enjoyed opposing starts to their campaigns as they look to make it through to the Australian Open. As I welcome in Betty Sekalovsky, Val Febo here with you. And Betty, looking forward to this match because second and third seeds, but yeah, differing runs into this final.
Well, we spoke about the Japanese pairing of Kobori and Shimizu. They have had an extended partnership where it all started back in 2017, Val. So they know each other extremely well, as do the Chou sisters. Well, no one knows you better than a sister. And what a partnership they have had this year. Currently sitting at 119 in the WTA rankings. And they've had a very successful year. We quite often love doubles. It's the dynamic atmosphere that it brings to the tennis court, to the crowd. It is a very different sport to singles, you could almost say. And I expect to see a lot of movement up at net.
We'll see both teams making their way up to the umpire, which is about to go through for the coin toss. The umpire in charge is Wei Qiaoqin.
We have today 7 line pass and 6 bouquets. That is the thing. And we use the power for the A. Power for the B. And practice. And practice. And test. Test.
Protocol, please. 请合影留念。
So we've seen the coin toss, and there is Chou Yixuan, the older of the two sisters at 25, 15 months older than her younger sister, 119th in the world. Career high ranking was achieved just 2 months ago, Betty, when they both peaked at 111 in the world. It's at the top of the forecast today. It's 16, but you wouldn't know. You'd be thinking it was a lot colder with what the Chou sisters are wearing. They've got the leg warmers on and trying to keep as warm as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And doubles, again, it's very dynamic, it's very quick. And I just wonder, Val, does the younger sister often have to listen to the elder sister? That is always the battle in families.
It is.
Yixuan being the younger one.
They're very close. They play a lot together. All bar of Yixuan's 20 titles. Or all barring, sorry, 5 of Yixuan's 20 titles have been with Yixuan. And they know each other so well. They won their first title as a pair back in 2022. Both such pedigree as they look to make their way into the top 100 next year if they can. Neither have competed at a Grand Slam level, main draw or qualifying, singles or doubles. So this would be a mighty boost for their careers.
Absolutely. And know, doubles provide so many opportunities for players, not only obviously ranking points, but just the prize money to continue playing all year round. Sometimes for a lot of these players, their singles ranking may not be peaking, but their doubles ranking allows them bigger opportunities to play some of these prestigious events, as we look at Momoko Kobori.
27 years of age, career high ranking of 94. November 2025, 25 ITF titles. So the most experienced out there on court in terms of titles won. This team yet to drop a set. They've gone through 7-5, 7-5, and then 6-2, 7-5, whereas their opponents, the Cho sisters, have been pushed to match tiebreaks 10-7 and 11-9. Their win over the #1 seeds yesterday. Ayano Shimizu, 113th in the world, 27 years of age as well. These two have won 17 ITF titles together, as you said, since their first in 2017. 6 of them have come in 2025. Shimizu did win a 7th in Japan last month.
Phenomenal to be able to sustain a partnership over a course of, what has it been really now, 2017, 8 years.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, isn't it?
Well, in doubles, quite often, it's not the case on the tour and the ITF level. A lot of players are generally dictated by the singles ranking, and players of Shimizu and Kobori, well, they've made a commitment that, hey, we're going to travel and continue building this ranking and see if we can get into some of our Grand Slams together. And that's how you build a successful partnership, is through consistency, is practicing doubles, is really just living and breathing it. It's what the best doubles players do. Continue to play with a similar partner.
And you're right, it is how you progress, and it's very rare that you see doubles partnerships of that length. I know the Bryan brothers are one that that we see or we speak of a lot, but you know, they're brothers. But a lot of those great doubles combinations, they do part after time, and it's great to see that these two, they are so close. They've been playing for 8 years together. We have a match tiebreak to decide this if it does go to 3. Very much looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. The Cho sisters defeated Liang Shuo and Yudis Chong, the top seeds, yesterday. But they have been troubled. They've needed 2 match tiebreaks, as I said.
You talk about partnerships ending. Recently, news has broken out that Gabriela Dabrowski and Erin Routliffe, who of course won the US Open doubles this year and more consecutively, have parted ways. So sometimes success, well, it takes on a new meaning when you win Grand Slams on a regular basis. Sometimes you're looking for more consistency throughout the year. So it would have been a difficult decision, but it's great to see on this court that we have some consistency.
And doubles is hard to gain that consistency, especially if you need a player that's got the same priorities as you. And we see so often that some players might want to focus a little more on singles, so it makes it a little bit difficult. As we see this magnificent stadium go out on court, and the enormity of it really does hit you.
It's a colourful stadium. It is a beautiful part of Chengdu, and it's great to see people, well, sitting down, enjoying the tennis. Wonderful conditions to play tennis in. As we mentioned, players don't always get this experience where they get on a centre court, often at an ITF level, where a lot of the players at this draw have been throughout the year. They're playing in courts, well, centres where there's no centre court. You're playing on court, let's say 23, and there's not a lot of people watching. The
playground next door. So a spot in the 2026 Australian Open women's doubles draw up for grabs. That's going to be Cho Yi-sen to get us underway. Brilliantly done by Ayano Shimizu. Cutting it off.
We'll see a lot of movement up at net from all 4 players in this match. See how close players at net generally like to stand when their partner's serving. Each one right up nice and close.
Exquisite reading of the play. Kobori swats the volley. And you can already see that cohesion between the two. They understand where they're going to be.
Well-timed move. It's all about vision in doubles. It's reading body language, racket face.
It was a brilliant high ball from Zhou Yitsen. Managed to get great depth on it, but the angle and accuracy was supreme.
Oh, the lob has been a game changer in doubles across men's and women's tennis, and you can see why. It completely neutralises the net player looking to cross.
That is too good. Shimizu puts it away.
Wow. That was an intelligent volley from Kobori. Just dropping this one short, forcing Yitsen Zhou off balance.
Deciding point. Receiver's choice, so anytime we hit juice, it's both game and break point. Clinical. Kobori swats the volley away. And in the opening game, the second seeds make an early statement. They take a break, 1 game to love.
Now, well does Kobori time the move. It's all about the movement timing when you're looking to cross at net or fake. That occasion, it wasn't a technically beautiful looking volley, but she got the job done. And we speak quite often about the positioning up at net when your partner's serving, and you want to be nice and close. For the best doubles teams in the world, they've almost got their nose hanging over the net.
Shimizu to serve. Low.
This is where the Cho sisters need to be aware, because this pairing play together so often. They know each other's games. Sometimes those returns actually work. It's rare, but they work.
Oh, it just throws you off completely. You don't see a framed ball very often. Hit the ball extremely clean. Brilliant return from Yixuan Cho. Able to generate a lot of depth and pace. And return is such a critical factor in doubles, especially.
Replay point.
That'll hurt the second seeds, Kobori and Shimizu, because the response from Cho Yi-Tsien was high and loopy right towards the net. But they do get another crack at it.
It's a perfect example of using your perception. Plenty of lobs in that point.
Oh, that is just superb. The reflex time, had no time to think, just pop the racket up and put it away.
Well, that volley was almost hit behind Kobori's head. All strings matter.
Yixuan Cho ends up, I think she might have put her, oh sorry, that was Yi-Tsien, might have put her sister off there by just darting at the ball. Caused a bit of a distraction. Deciding point once again.
You see so many women's doubles matches, especially decided on these deciding points. Momentum can shift extremely quickly in doubles.
Oh, Shimizu sends it and ensures the hold. They're playing with panache, that's for sure. 2 games to love.
Well, that was the perfect backhand cross court, especially if you know your opponent will be poaching out of net, is deciding that's going to happen, but she maintained that low trajectory. That's where you want it to be, a lot lower, your trajectory in doubles versus singles.
Reflex is not quite there. Shimizu. So now the important thing is for the Cho sisters to get on the board.
Oh, right there. Oh, the taking was Yi-Tsien. Just unable to control it. You need to make sure you have a very firm wrist when you're up at net, especially when the ball's coming quickly.
Put away. Cho Yi-Xuan. Big sister getting the job done.
Well, when you get a thumbs up from your big sister, you know you're doing well. You gotta love that, don't you? Being able to play with your sister, it's such an amazing lifetime memory.
Can they do it at a Grand Slam? That's the next question. They are one win away from it, Betty.
Had an opportunity to drill that backhand, finesse it, almost allowed the Cho sisters to stay in the point on that occasion. So you can see the hand signal is I'm going to fake from Yi-Tsen. The fingers are blinking like that, it means I'm going to fake.
Oh, that is lovely. Shimizu bringing out all the tricks.
Well, this can be tricky. It was an excellent exchange from all four players. That ball was creeping back over the net almost. You can see it, he was forcing her forwards, and you've got to be careful you don't touch the net. She doesn't.
Sensational camera work as well, just to get the angle on that ball. Big ace. It's the sisters on the board, but it's the second seeds, Kobori and Shimizu, that lead 2-1 with a break in this first set. All 3 games so far, fairly competitive, but second seeds have opened up a slight advantage. I'll be pretty happy with their start. Kobori just reached her maiden WTA final in Hong Kong with Pyeongtan Plipuch, who was the second seed in singles this week. So she's in career best form.
See, there's Kobori keeping that towel nice and neatly folded.
Time.
Relaxed team they are, Shimizu and Kobori. Almost has an unorthodox way of holding even the racket, the grip up at net, Kobori, but gets the job done. It's very unique to the way she plays.
Momoko, Kobori to serve.
You could see Shimizu was desperate to engage on that point, to insert herself, but Kobori from the back of the court outlasts the sisters. 15-love.
perfect play. Ball was struck hard. Shimizu, she held her ground, went back in behind, was able to generate this lob. You see here, goes back in behind, wrong foot. Yiten to gain the overhead, put away.
Looking for a quick service hold. 1 point away from making it a reality.
Overcooks that forehand drive volley. It's a perfect example where Momoko Kobori does not have a huge serve, but places it well, and that's all you really need in doubles. But if you look at the leg drive, there's not a lot coming out of that back leg, which is normally the driving hip drive that forces your body vertical.
May have put a commentator's curse on them, saying that it was going to be a quick hold, and all of a sudden, 40-30.
That second serve came in at 97 kilometres an hour, being dealt with.
Excellent reflexes from Shimizu. Exhibiting that quite a bit. Very rare that you see a player sponsored by Dunlop these days.
Yeah, I do see a few players, more so the men, playing with Dunlop. It was a racket that was commonly used. I don't like to say back in the day because...
That was your day.
Legends of John McEnroe and Steffi Graf, of course. Back in my day.
Firing on all cylinders, Momoko Kobori.
Have a look here, it just takes off a little too early, does Ishwan Cho. Again, it's all about timing the movement. On that occasion, just a fraction too early.
Slightly puts the head back after that serve because she nailed it. Momoko Kobori again inserting herself.
And she just has excellent vision on court. The perception of when to move forward, can identify the patterns, and that's what it's about in doubles. It's identifying moments where you can close in on the net, and she does it so well. It's executed perfectly when she's been up there. Underutilized serve in doubles. It's the body serve, just jamming the returner and allowing that to set up your partner at net.
Was an excellent return to set up the rally. Shimizu steadfast from the baseline. It brings up 2 break points.
Yet to win her serve. Hits in Cho.
Kawori splits the middle. Another break, 4 games to 1.
Lead by 4 games to 1.
So 4 games to 1 for the second seeds. Got their foot to the floor, and Shimizu to serve for a 5-1 advantage in this final.
Low 15.
Her net game, Kobori, has been something else, otherworldly today.
You can see as soon as the point's in play, she closes in. All she has to do is stick the racket face out in front.
And you do wonder when you watch some of these players how they've only just broken into the top 100. It's incredible.
I think a lot of players, as they reach the end of their 20s, you would have learnt a lot about the tour. You also would have learnt a lot about yourself as a player.
The Cho sisters
15-14.
learning a lot about this match. 2 breakpoint opportunities, or 3 technically. got it.
Cain, draw.
Excellent effort from Choi Sen. The backhand through, and they get one of the two breaks back. I thought she did enough here, Kabori.
Well, it's in that occasion, just doubling up on Kabori at net. It's the first time we've seen Kabori make a couple of errors. She's been rock solid up at net.
Love 15.
Not the best start for Choi Xuan. The pair have done a lot of work with Liu Yen-sun, who famously made the Wimbledon quarterfinals back in 2010. Affectionately known as Rendy, but he played for quite a long time.
What a volley from Yi-Tsen. Set up on that serve. Again, we talk about how important it is to stay up nice and close. Just makes those volleys so much easier. You do find players occasionally stepping back on the back foot. Really good doubles players seem to hold their ground.
Oh, Kabori has just been dynamite. Finding winners left, right and centre.
Yeah. She could sense it. Again, she's so good at reading the pattern of when a player will move. You normally don't want to get into too many extended cross-court battles in doubles.
Two break point opportunities. Second seeds, or again, so you always forget with that receiver's choice deciding point that it's technically three, so 15-40 is almost a love 40 type situation. Just adds to the pressure and drama.
It does. It turns very quickly, as mentioned. You've seen matches where it's all one way and they can flip around extremely quick.
And they restore the double break to the second seeds. Kabori and Shimizu on the resumption will come out and serve for the first set at 5-2. Enormous way to respond.
Has been, and I'd like to see the Cho sisters utilise the lob a lot more against Shimizu and Kabori. Just the ability that they have at net to close in and seek the right moments. They need to use the lob just to keep them a little more, well, just a little less predictable at this stage. And the lob can really neutralise players when they're crossing a net. It almost takes that net player out of the game completely. So I would really like to see the lob come into play a lot more.
Hydration, very important.
Sunglasses. I don't often see a lot of players with sunglasses. You do see a few.
Time.
Sam Snoza starting a trend. Janko Tipsarevic also used to rock the sunglasses.
You don't see as much anymore, but...
Arena Rodionova, I think.
Of course.
Wears them a fair bit. So there is the trophy. Daphne Apkhurst watching on. I think Norman might make a showing soon. The men's doubles as well.
Low 15.
Serve, again, that second serve, 99 kilometres an hour through the middle of the box is, well, it makes your life a little more difficult up at net. You are a target.
That's
15 up.
brilliantly done. Shimizu just anticipating, understanding where this ball was going to go.
The secret to that shot is continually moving with the momentum of the ball. She did that to perfection, Shimizu.
That hurts. Joey Sen
30-15.
had it on a platter.
The target on this backhand, we'll have a look here, takes a very big backswing, catches it late. You can see the racket and moving sideways. You want to be moving towards the net, aiming maybe for the service box.
Shimizu
40-15.
clinical at the net once more. And it brings the second seeds to set point. In fact, two of them.
Game and the first set. Cooperate.
They have 1 foot on the plane.
6 games to 2.
The second seeds, Ayano Shimizu and Momoko Kobori, take the opening set 6 games to 2. 33 minutes. Looking unflustered so far. They were impeccable. Didn't do much wrong.
They did all the basics right, willing to move a lot earlier at net. And you just felt the Cho sisters engaging in a few too many cross-court rallies, allowing too much time. And it's becoming too predictable for Kobori and Shimizu. They just take the opportunity to steal the net away from them. And as mentioned previously, I'd love to see the lob come into play as they take a break off court.
Both very neat with their towels. Kobori in particular. So we look at some of the moments from set 1, the hand signals. Steely concentration from Ayano Shimizu. She wants her Grand Slam debut. All smiles. Even from the Cho sisters. Didn't have it all their own way.
We're not seeing huge serves out there, but we are seeing excellently timed tactics as we look at the stats. First serve percentage in favour of Kobori and Shimizu, winning 59%, and second serve points won. Well, when you're sitting at 50% versus 34, that's always a fantastic stat. But consolidating the 3 breakpoint opportunities that were created. So it was all their way, Kobori and Shimizu. And you just wonder if Cho sisters can come out with a slightly different tactic, change some formations up.
See what they can do, but at the moment it looks like it could be well on their way. However, we've seen so many times before things change, especially in this fast-paced format. Deciding point can bring forth a lot of changes and momentum swings as the Cho sisters have made their way off court. Little sister debrief.
Let's have a good look at the Yonex E-Zone on display. It's a beautiful racket, very powerful racket. You see a lot of WTA players using Yonex these days. Quite a thick frame bracket. Produces a lot more power than what some of the other rackets do occasionally.
Ayano Shimizu on the left has played qualifying in all 4 Grand Slams in the singles play. Hasn't done so at doubles, and she also played the Australian Open and Roland Garros Juniors in 2016, so knows what it's like to be on site at a major at pro level. But Momoko Kobori looking to be on that plane for the first time. They are playing for, well, that's the accreditation for this event. They are playing for, not that this one isn't special, but you know, an accreditation for one of the 4 majors is like liquid gold, and that's what they're playing for.
It is.
And so to be around their necks today.
It's pretty special, isn't it, when a player puts that around their neck. And not only are they part of one of the best moments for a player, that is what you play for, but it's also just the way you walk it through the hallway, and there's some of the best, biggest legends of the game that you get to cross paths with, and it is a fantastic tournament, the Australian Open, there is no doubt. Players getting looked after extremely well. Melbourne, it is a beautiful city, and in summer it is spectacular.
It is Christmas in January. My Christmas doesn't come on the 25th of December, it comes in January when the AO's on. It is truly the place to be. Melbourne Park, such a special venue, storied venue. As we see the second seats just convening at the baseline as the Cho sisters make their way out. Yishuan on the left, and Yitsen on the right. Now on the left. So they have a quick jog back to their chairs, pop the towels down, not as neatly as their opponents. And second set about to get underway. It's going to be Cho Yitsen to get us off and running like she did in the opening set. Will we be going to a match tiebreak?
Second set.
Or can the second seeds finish it off in straight? We'll find out right now.
Well, that's a very good start. Ace out wide. Yitsen Cho. And they would have had an opportunity to just slow things down, go to the bathroom, and just maybe have a chat about what we could do differently out here. What she's done extremely well has been not giving up any real angle in these cross-court battles. She's really closed that down and gone through the centre of the court, which always allows the net player to get more involved. You don't want to be crossing too often on a wide angle.
it's imperative that the sisters make sure that they hold broken in the opening game of the first set.
On occasion, it's in Cho directing traffic through the center of the court. Again, you can see how difficult that was to handle for Shimizu.
Variety of skills on show. All four players, but in particularly the number 2 seeds.
Yeah, how good was this point from all four players? What a get from Hitzin, Cho, and again, Hishwan finds a way to stay alive, but too much on that put away.
And unlike the first set, the Cho sisters managed to hold in the opening game. Gives themselves a small foothold in this second set at 1-love.
Oh, it's a much better start, and it is always a good way to hit the lead after losing the first set. What I'd like to see is whether they'll change some of their formations. We haven't seen a lot of I formation. It's a good way to unsettle the returner, make them think more about where they're returning. I haven't seen too much of that, but again, this is what we love about tennis. It's the strategy and implementing it at the right time.
It's just a matter of going with their opponents and making them earn everything when they've won the first set. Keep pushing.
Oh, Kobori, she's like a magnet to the ball. Everywhere. Finds the racket face. Here on this occasion, this is a brilliant volley. It's almost a swing volley, that backhand. You see it quite often on the women's tour. Not as much as the traditional volley that we're used to seeing.
Again, the reflex is supreme. And Kobori ensures that the hold comes. One game all in the second set.
Well, this is a player, when I'm speaking of Kobori, who, again, can read the fact that that return was going to be hit at her, and she's prepared. She's ready to go. She just reads the game of tennis exceptionally well, and it counts for so much. You can anticipate before it even happens.
Oh, that is out of this world. Took it on the full drive volley and nailed it.
Oh, look at the depth that Kobori generates in the back of the court, but then follows up with that drive volley. Most players would let that drop. She's an exceptionally good doubles player. But you just don't feel that the Cho sisters are winning a lot of those patterns as we see the first I formation coming right up. I wonder if she'll get a little lower there. It's a bit of a risk.
Oh, wasn't far off, Betty. It's like you willed it to happen.
A long way up above the net. It was a danger zone. They tried again. Oh, brilliant return from Kobori. Generates an excellent forehand angle, takes it super early. Have a look at this. Oh, you see the finish slightly veering above her head. But the contact point
an apology as well. So again, Daphne watches on as 2 break points are generated for Kobori and Shimizu. Saved.
Oh, that's the serve. And Ishwan Cho needs to continue serving. The one into the body, Kobori likes to stand in a fair way on second serve returns. And if you jam a player up like that, on that occasion, you can see how effective that serve was.
Another saved, still not out of complete danger with the deciding point rule.
Decide points, receive choice.
Shimizu will be taking the deciding point. You normally see players at this stage of a deciding point generally play I formation. We've only seen it once.
Incredible. The reflexes from both Yi-Tsen Cho and Momoko Kobori, quite unbelievable. Not sure how Kobori got that back, but the second seeds do get the break on the third occasion. They lead 2-1 in the second set, having won the first 6-2.
That was phenomenal work from Kobori. And what she did well was she went at the net player, then went back there again and went back there again. And that's exactly what you need to do. It's like being in a boxing ring. where you're nearly about to knock the player or boxer out, and she went there again, and that's the play. That's so effective.
Probably the first time that towel has moved.
Time.
Gaining a decisive break. Second set. Moko Kobori serving for a 3-1 lead. They're so close now. 4 games away from a berth in the AO next year.
So here, the come on, it's one of the very few times that they've won these sorts of exchanges. On that occasion, Shimizu maybe distracting her partner.
Shimizu almost brought the point undone. Sort of, I felt like she went a little too early. And a little apology to her teammate, but all's well that ends well.
At least she's putting herself in that position where she's able to create pressure in the point. Often you find and it ends up. I'm going to say it ends up distracting the opponents so much when they can hear your feet up at net, sounding active.
Forging ahead. Seen some scintillating tennis today and plenty more still to come. Men's doubles final after this. If you've just joined us, go through the finals ahead tomorrow. We've got women's singles, Yang and Schwartz up against Serena Diaz. And then in the men's singles final, Akira Santillan up against Bu Hunchao Kota. Another convincing hold. Shimizu putting a ribbon on the volley.
You can see the move came just when Ten was just about to make contact with that backhand. And it's the perfect time, again, where you can execute the volley. You're not leaving too early. But I'm going to keep repeating myself, Val. There needs to be some change in formation. They are not winning many of those exchanges cross-court.
Held wide.
Love 15.
Yixuan Cho will be kicking herself. Right idea.
Oh, the lob was perfect and allowed both players to take a lot more control around the net. Need to see more of that.
Made up for it. Excellent reading of the play. Nice quick snap on the volley. Excellent serve. And it's in Cho. When she lands that wide serve, that has been a weapon. He's tall. Helps with the trajectory. Kobori is finding more ways to impress the crowd. This lob is sensational. It was a move forwards and then a racket face, which was front on. Almost hit it slightly inside out. Feel to be able to generate from that situation. Have good feel on the ball. And again, the relentlessness of Kobori and Shimizu, bringing the sisters unstuck, and it is still game point, but adversely break point as well. It was the right idea to hit the lob. It just doesn't need to be that good. So obviously, if you know the player's crossing, it just needs to almost just go over the service line area. hole comes eventually. A relieving one at that. The Cho sisters keep it at 1 break, but it's Kobori and Shimizu leading 3-2. Second set.
Time.
What a city we're in. Over 3,000 years old. Name hasn't changed for over 2,100 years in Chengdu. Old and new. Global Centre, world's biggest building. Anshun Bridge, place to be. How can we forget the giant pandas?
Yeah, we experienced a bit of a tourist day yesterday, and what a wonderful city Chengdu is. As we look at that first point, it was an exciting point for Cho sisters. A lot more variety on that occasion.
Cho Yitsen fuming with herself.
It's a difficult lob. Again, when we talk about feel, that ball was coming through the court very quickly. You have to use your legs. Try and keep it stable through contact and soften the hand. You could see it was upright on that occasion.
Wow, whisker.
The aggression all of a sudden has gone up a notch.
Kobori was desperate to involve herself in that point.
That's just pure pressure there from Kobori at net, just knowing that she will cross, feeling the need to have to play a little further across the court, create more angle.
This is all of a sudden a humongous opportunity for the Cho sisters to find a way back into this contest. First break point they've had all set. And saved with glee. Smiles and high fives from Kobori and Shimizu because they consolidate once again and hold for 4-2.
And that's just that slight little bit of variety on the serve. You can see it was a deciding point. They opted for the body serve and it completely jammed up. Sin on return, completely handcuffing, unable to really get out of the way. And that's the difference in those bigger moments.
She okay? I think she is. A little bit of a giggle.
Well, it was spectacular.
Yep.
Now look here. Well,
that's commitment to the cause.
still smiling. Probably doesn't want to see a replay of that.
No. This is the stage of the first set where that second break came. Was at exactly 4-2 with Cho Yi-Xuan serving. Almost got away with that as well, because it was a risky smash from Shimizu early on in the point. She could have let that go and just taken it on the bounce.
Yeah, and she could have. Showcasing a fair bit of athleticism was Shimizu to get up there, leap off that back foot. But you're right, maybe a drive volley. Kobori's so good out of the forehand and backhand side when she drive volleys.
Sublime reflexes from Cho Yi-Chen.
They've definitely increased the level of play and aggression of number 3 seeds.
That time, Shimizu not ready to take charge, nets the volley, and stays at 1 break, 4-3 to Kobori and Shimizu. Well, they're already further entrenched than they were in the first set. Cho sisters, but how can they gain that break back? Because it seems as though the second seeds have all the answers at them.
Yeah, and what I have liked over the past few games has been their ability to generate some opportunities, become a little more aggressive. But I would like to, again, see that lob come into play, which we have seen a little more, but maybe some formation changes. Really have to give Kobori and Shimizu a different look. Even if you play 2 back on the first point and you just give them something else to look at, or go up the line a little bit earlier in those cross-court exchanges. There's been too many patterns where it's given Shimizu and Kobori too much of a look at net. So maybe go up the line earlier, keep your opponents honest.
What bodes well for the Cho sisters is that they've only lost 10 more points in this match, which it feels a lot further apart than 10 points. So they're right in it. Incredible. Choi Xuan showing her pedigree from the back of the court. Both players trying to avoid the player at net. And the third seed's coming up trumps.
Well, that's a tricky serve because Kobori coming right around the outside edge of the ball. You could see it with some funky spin coming in towards the body of Yitzin. All of a sudden, just starting to think their way through this match. Aggression has increased, the ball speed's increased. And on that occasion, it didn't allow Kobori a lot of pace.
I was about to say at the end of this point, look at the angles that they're creating, trying to not allow Shimizu to inject herself on the point. Yep. And lo and behold, here she is.
Well, on that occasion, from Yitzin, the ball off the backhand was a little too high and allowed Shimizu to cross. But up until that point, it was a laser beam. Oh, what a volley. But all stemmed from that excellent serve out wide from Kobori, forcing Xuan Cho to go up the line.
And Kobori finishes the job. Choi Xuan sends her racket flying. And is that the straw maybe that broke the camel's back? We hope not. But they are one game away, the second seeds, from a plane trip to Melbourne.
Oh, they could see that serve curled towards the body of Yitzin, and it forced her to have to hit a return through the centre short. And that racket may have a couple of bruises.
Solid start, Choi Xuan.
This was a great move from Xuan. Tall at net, posing figure.
She has been unstoppable.
Well, let's have a look at the movement, how she tracks the direction of the ball, moves with the ball, but again, last second, holds and picks it at the most perfect time.
Shimizu tags Choi Xuan, but it was the right play. Caught her off guard, and again she intercepts.
You can see again, just moves as the ball is about to be struck, moves towards the net, cuts the angle down, and it's the right place at the feet of your opponent.
2 points away now. Excellent response.
So for me, this is what needed to happen really throughout the first set. As they're tall, they're imposing at net. It's difficult. They're difficult to lob, the sisters, and on that occasion just moved a lot early in the rally.
She almost went too early then, Shimizu. I thought for all money that it was going to be match point.
Well, this would have been a lot better to take on the backhand side. She almost overran the ball and got stuck moving sideways.
Yeah, it looked like she really read it quickly. Went too far.
Anticipation is real.
I wish I had that. Guess what? That's why I'm sitting up here.
You have other skills.
Oh, it's ridiculously good. And that brings up the deciding point, which is match, championship, and wildcard point.
It's a big moment, isn't it, for Kobori and Shimizu?
Neither have played a main draw match at a Grand Slam, either singles or doubles. Shimizu has played qualifying at the 4 majors, but this could break new ground. And a fine way to finish it with their typical quick reflexes. And fittingly, it's Momoko Kobori who sends her and Ayano Shimizu to Melbourne in January. For the first time, the pair will compete in the main draw of a Grand Slam, either singles or doubles. And they will gather their accreditations and gather their things and make the flight to Melbourne Park in one of the biggest moments of their career. They win 6-2, 6-3 over Choi Xuan and Shou Yi-Tsen. An amazing performance.
What a finish. And as you mentioned, Val, fittingly for Kobori, who was exceptional to finish on that little half volley winner. And for the Cho sisters on screen. Well, you have to feel for them, but what an exceptional week it has been. And they got it together towards the end. You sense that they were coming back with a vengeance. There was a lot more aggression. There was a little bit more variety, less predictability. But the ladies on your screen, Ayano Shimizu and Momoko Kobori, they are definitely deserving winners.
It was relentless from the get-go. You could sense it in the first game when Shimizu and Kobori were intercepting volleys, and they continued to do it right throughout the match, which lasted just over an hour. And who knows, those balls might be signed by some players that go deep into a Grand Slam, because that's exactly where they're going. This is an opportunity that so many out there would dearly love to gain. And they have worked incredibly hard to be in this position. Didn't drop a set all week and got better as it went on. Thoroughly deserve their chance in the spotlight.
And after 8 years of playing with one another, this couldn't be any more rewarding.
And that's it, you're exactly right. It'll be 9 years next year since they won their first title together. And they're going to cap it with winning a Grand Slam as Queens We Are the Champions plays over the PA system. Utter concentration. Smiles all round. And look, the Cho sisters performed in exemplary fashion throughout the week. They beat the top seeds, but in the end, they were just no match for this rampant force that dominated right from the outset.
Unstoppable up at net, ability to time, coaching. You see here, nice winning. Volley, I almost call it.
It was the handshake. So relieved and mightily elated. And here are the stats, Betty. And the numbers are stark. 77 points, or 77% of their first serves in, 69% won as opposed to 49. They lost more points on second serve, but it's because there just weren't as many. 57 points won to 44, and the break point opportunities created 8. That is enormous.
It's a telling sign of the match, and that 50% second serve points won from the Cho sisters, well, they just became a lot more aggressive towards the end, and there's a couple of second serves from Kobori where it allowed that to happen, but huge moment as they're out there making a little speech.
Looking for in Melbourne.
So that's 3 matches of the 4 done. As we wait for the presentation, we've got one more to come between men's 5th seeds Yusuke Kusuhara and Shunsuke Nakagawa, and Prachiya Isaro and Nikki Kalianda Punacha. It's going to be a brilliant contest, and it's hard to believe that we've done 3 matches. It feels like we've gone through so many different emotions today with a plethora of players, but very much looking forward to seeing how this all transpires over the next hour and who will join these 2 superstars in Melbourne in January.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, plenty of emotions, exciting emotions, nervous emotions, and we've seen a little bit of everything, but this men's doubles match is set up to be an absolute cracker, Val, and very much looking forward to seeing how it all plays out.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again,
the presentations are about to be afoot. We've got the pandas at the ready. Of course, Chengdu, we spoke about it briefly, but the Panda Research Base is one of the highlights of this city. Over 150 pandas live on the base, and it's such an amazing experience that we got to share last year. And if you are ever close to Chengdu, or you are ever planning on coming to China, make sure you do head to Chengdu, because it is an amazing place. The food is wonderful. The Haibin Cheng shopping centre right across the road from the tennis centre, and that's got the world's biggest indoor glass aquarium, which is something to behold. I didn't see last year, but they've got eels in there as well.
It's a phenomenal shopping centre, and I tell you, we have really thoroughly enjoyed our time here. Even when we just get to spend a day being a tourist, you really get a bit of a sense of how dynamic life is. And those pandas were not awake for us last year, Val, but sure they occasionally get active.
There were some. There were some. There's one eating some bamboo as we are almost ready for the presentation to kick off. So we'll throw downstairs as the players make their way to the nets. And so we are the champions again. Rolls on. I think it's playing on repeat down there. But the players will receive their accreditations and realise their dream of playing in the main draw of a Grand Slam. It's Momoko Kobori and Ayano Shimizu who are the ones that will realise that dream.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wildcard presentation for the Women's Double final here at Australian Open 2026 Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. And please show your appreciation with another round of applause for today's finalists. 欢迎大家来到2026澳大利亚网球公开赛亚太区外卡赛女子双打的决赛颁奖现场。 请再次把掌声和欢呼声送给今天参加决赛的两组选手们。And we would also like to thank the chair umpire for this match, Wei Chaoqun from China. 同时，我们也要感谢本场比赛的主裁判，来自中国的魏超群，谢谢。 And before we get to the presenting of the Australian Open 2026 wildcard, Tennis Australia would like to thank China Tennis Association, Sichuan Sports Bureau, Chengdu Sports Bureau, Shuangliu District Bureau of Culture, Radio, Television, Sports and Tourism, Luzhou Laojiao, Victorian and Australian governments, Sichuan Tennis Association and Sichuan International Tennis Center, all Australian Open sponsors, players, coaches, staff, officials, volunteers and ball kids for their involvement in the Australian Open 2026 Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. 在颁奖仪式正式开始之前，澳大利亚网球协会还要感谢中国网球协会、四川省体育局、成都市体育局、成都市双流区文化广电体育和旅游局、泸州老窖、维多利亚澳大利亚政府、四川省网球协会、四川国际网球中心以及澳大利亚网球公开赛的赞助商、球员、教练、员工、官员以及志愿者们，感谢你们对2026澳大利亚网球公开赛亚太区外卡赛的参与和贡献，谢谢。Now here to assist with the presentation, and please welcome our following special guests. 那么现在，请允许我介绍本次颁奖仪式的各位颁奖嘉宾们。他们分别是澳大利亚驻成都代总领事苏博瑞 ，Mr. Paul Salisbury, Acting Consul General, Australian Consulate General Chengdu. Welcome. 大洋洲网球联合会主席维基里德 ，Mrs. Becky Reed, President, Oceania Tennis Federation. Welcome. 本次比赛的裁判长韦恩·麦凯文 ，Mr. Wang McEwen, tournament referee of Australian Open 2026 Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. Welcome. 以及本次赛事的赛事总监艾米丽·托德 ，Miss Emily Todd, Tournament Director of Australian Open 2026 Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. Welcome. So now, please welcome our finalists today, 卓怡岑 and 卓怡萱 from Chinese Taipei. 那么现在有请获得女子双打亚军的选手，来自中华台北的卓怡岑以及卓怡萱。Now to present the flowers to our finalists, Mrs. Vicky Reed and Mr. Paul Salisbury to present a gift. 那么现在我们有请维基里德为选手颁发鲜花，有请苏博瑞为选手颁发熊猫玩偶。女士们、先生们，让我们再一次掌声祝贺他们。Photo call, please. Group photo， 请合影留念，谢谢。Thank you. Please return to your place. 谢谢，请回位，谢谢。女士们、先生们，再一次掌声送给他们。And now, ladies and gentlemen, to our winners, Momoko Kobori and Ayano Shimizu from Japan. 那女士们、先生们，有请获得女子双打冠军的选手，来自日本的小蕨桃子以及清水绫乃。Now here to present the flowers and a gift to our winners, Mrs. Vicky Reed and Mr. Paul Salisbury, please. 那么现在有请维基里德以及苏博瑞为选手颁发鲜花以及熊猫玩偶。Now here to present Momoko Kobori and Ayano Shimizu with their 2026 Australian Open accreditation is Miss Emily Todd, the tournament director. 现在有请赛事总监艾米丽·托德为选手颁发2026澳大利亚网球公开赛外卡。And we'll have a group photo. Thank you. 请合影留念，谢谢。现在有请所有的获奖运动员与颁奖嘉宾来到前方的成都标志进行合影留念。And now let's welcome all of our finalists and all the guests come to the Changdu sign to have a group photo together. 女士们、先生们，让我们再次把掌声送给两组选手，同时我们也祝冠军好运，期待你们在2026澳大利亚网球公开赛的精彩表现。Please, ladies and gentlemen, rounds of applause for our finalists and congratulations. Good luck to our winners at the Melbourne Park at Australian Open 2026. And thanks again to all of the special guests today. Good afternoon, and thank you. They will be all present in the awarding ceremony. Thank you. 再次感谢参与本场颁奖仪式的所有各位嘉宾。本次颁奖仪式到此结束，谢谢。
女士们、先生们，即将进行的是中心场的最后一场比赛，男子双打决赛。来自日本的南原雍介搭档中川胜佑对阵来自泰国的库奇亚伊沙俄，以及来自印度的尼基卡利扬达纳查。欢迎各位届时观赛。 女士们、先生们，2016澳大利亚红球公开赛亚太区外围赛中间场第4场比赛现在开始。Ladies and gentlemen, 2026 Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. The fourth match on this court now begins. 女士们、先生们，首先进场的是来自日本的中川顺佑南原优介。Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let's welcome Shunsuke Nakagawa and Yusuke Kusuhara from Japan. 现在进场的是来自泰国的布夏伊沙罗以及来自印度的尼基卡利亚拉普纳扎。Ladies and gentlemen, now let's welcome Rusha Isaro from Thailand and Nikki Kalyanda Punacha from India.
final match of this frenetic Friday at the Sichuan International Tennis Centre, and it is men's doubles final action. And as we head down to Quincy Davis for the coin toss, the photos and pleasantries will ensue as Yusuke Kusuhara and Shunsuke Nakagawa take on Fuchiya Isaro and Nikki Kalyanda Puncha.
4 ball kids on court, tab boxes are in the corners. You guys can take the one with the letter A, and you guys can take the one with the letter B. We also have the Changdu TV broadcasting today, so be mindful of that. Any questions? No? ANZ, Rod Laver? ANZ, Rod Laver? Good call, guys. ANZ? Yeah, ANZ. Rod Laver. Receive? Yep. Best of luck.
So the 5th seeds, Yusuke Kusuhara and Shunsuke Nakagawa, receive firsts. Not too much more inexperienced than what Fuchiya Isaro and Nikki Kalyanda Punacha are. Val Febo here with you at the Sichuan International Tennis Centre alongside me, Betty Sekalovsky once again. And Betty, as I welcome you in, really enthralled by this matchup and what we could expect tonight, because it seems as though the Thai-Indian combination, the second seeds, look like the more experienced, but this Japanese pair of, well, they haven't dropped a set yet.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen a lot of them play, but as we spoke off air, Punacha and Isaro, they have won 48 titles on the ITF Tour combined, Val. It's an enormous amount of titles, and we haven't seen much of Shunsuke and Yusuke. But obviously, if you're at this level and at this stage of the Wildcard playoff, you must be doing something right, as we generally feel that a lot of the countries represented here have a huge history of doubles success. And a lot of the time we've spoken about is, as we have a look at Yusuke Kusuhara, 260 in the doubles rankings in the pattern. The doubles development comes from large numbers on court in a lot of these countries where numbers and shortage of courts are available. So very much looking forward to the matchup today.
Yeah, this is going to be an enthralling battle. Isaro has won 29 ITF titles, 30 years of age, 156th in the world, and reached his career high ranking just a couple of months ago at 131. So he'll be desperate to give himself an opportunity at Melbourne Park next year, and that's the same with Iki Kalianda Punacha. Both of them 30 years of age. Punacha has been into the top 100. That was in June last year. 19 ITF titles to his name, and they boast a lot more tour level experience. With Isaro's played 9 matches on tour, Punacha 3, but Kusuhara and Nakagawa haven't made their tour level debut on the doubles arena as of yet.
So on paper, well,
from Australia.
on paper, you would expect that the pair of Isaro and Punacha would be a little too experienced, but again, when you're coming in as the underdogs and you're in good form, this is what becomes exciting about this matchup. And Punacha, of course, he is the tallest of the 4 players on court. We bumped into him this morning at breakfast, and he is a tall man.
He's a big lad. And another one of these Indian doubles prodigies that we've seen over the years. You know, I think because there's so many people, a lot of the courts, to actually accommodate how many people want to play, they play a lot of doubles, and that's why they've been so prevalent. We've seen the recent retirement of Rohan Bapana, but before that, Leander Paes, Mahesh Bhupathi.
It's been a long list of great doubles players, and Bapana really, he set that standard, didn't he? Playing up until, well, the age of 40 and still able to win Grand Slams. And this is the great thing about doubles, is the ability to have the longevity. You see players blending it in with their singles, but it's also financially rewarding. Can save a lot of stress on the body, and it is, well, essentially a team sport, and we don't get a lot of that in tennis. So it's an enjoyable spectacle, and this will be nothing but enjoyable to watch.
Final match of the 4 scheduled today. Centre court here in Chengdu. Sensational setting it is. Sichuan International Tennis Centre hotel on site for the players. Practice courts are plenty. Plenty to do and see around this humongous city. It's when you come to these places you realise just how big they really are, and when you get to the city centre, there's just so many things to do.
It really is, and you definitely get your steps up in Chengdu. A lot of walking, a lot to see, and it's very lively. It's always busy. Conditions starting to cool down, which sometimes affect the ball speed, especially if you're a big server. Getting the ball through the air becomes slower in conditions like this. So you see Saro just tucking into a bit of a banana.
These two never been to a Grand Slam to compete, so it would be an amazing story for them. And we spoke about the Dunlop sponsorship before. Well, these two using prints. Don't see that every day. It's great. I love it. I love a good prints.
Oh, I love that it's come back. It was huge in the 90s, early 2000s.
So the pleasantries are done, and it is for Chia Isaro to get us underway.
$15 love.
Energy is high already.
$30 love.
Neither team so far has even been pushed beyond 4 games in a set. The worst they've done is a 6-4 win, so it's pretty good form coming into the final.
Well, getting that ball over the top of Punacha's head is a difficult task as we have a look at the exchange at net. His forward holds the ground, racket face in front, and bounces that one over the top of both players. That is an intimidating position to be in. I formation.
That's a splendid pass from Nakagawa. Nimble 25-year-old, moving beautifully.
First serve.
A little bit more stressful than they would have liked, from 40 love to 40-30. But Asaro and Punacha hold the opening game of this final. The winner booking their flight to Melbourne Park in January.
It's intimidating, isn't it, as a returner, and you have Punacha up at net. You feel that whatever you do, you have to keep that return nice and low. The lob almost has to be perfect. And see what kind of tactics they employ, Nakagawa and Kusuhara.
Nakagawa to serve. $15 love.
So playing two back, Punacha and Asaro. can see already what it means to a lot of the players. They're up and about on their toes. From the first point, there was commands.
(30-15).
That is a brilliant, brilliant volley from Kusuhara.
Perfect stop volley, wasn't it? It's the exact place to hit it. Just drop that volley short.
And on that occasion, Punacha misses. And these two are absolutely loving life. Smiling, cheering, fist pumping. And they are having the best time.
It's infectious, isn't it? And it's a great way to maintain relaxed under, well, what seems to feel like a big, it is a big moment they're playing for, and it's a great way to relieve any nerves if you have any. Smile your way through it. Enjoy the moment.
Love 15.
That was one almighty smash. Easy, just got off the ground. Love it, lovely little scissor kick there, finish.
They're bringing the heat, that's for sure. And they'd be quite warm with the leg warmers. Punacha has the thermals on as well. 16 degrees Celsius, Chengdu currently.
Third. (30-15).
Massive booming serve, Punacha. 193 kilometres out wide. That is mightily difficult to stop.
It's a great serve into the body. Nakagawa. Sorry, I should say Kusuhara.
So the second seeds hold once more quite comfortably. 2-1 is their lead on serve in the first set.
tell you what, the music on this court has been an absolute hit, Val. And there's been some serious bangers.
Yeah, banger after banger. Katy Perry, Taylor Swift, a Queen before. It's U2 today as well.
Yeah, they had a bit of everything.
Let's get Kusuhara to serve. Thank you, music, thank you.
Quincy Davis telling the DJ to stop, and he's not obliging. He's gone rogue.
Music, thank you.
There we go. Well done, Quincy.
Could have made an interesting first point.
Rogue DJ. Best play, go up the middle.
That was, and he kept it nice and low. Did Kusuhara. You can see it here, just dipping the first volley. But then this second one just drops slightly below the net. Again, playing some eye formation on the ad side.
All. and 30.
That's now when the doubts can start to creep in for Kusuhara. 15-32 double faults in a row.
Oh, can't play a first serve at the moment. Kusuhara is just putting himself under quite a lot of pressure. Uncomfortable on that backhand, wasn't he? Panache wasn't willing. As you mentioned, he's a tall man. Getting down that low. Difficult shot for him.
Fox. A 30.
Wide off forehand from Punacha. Sees the fifth seeds hold. Kusuhara and Nakagawa. Right in for this fight, putting the two double faults behind them. Our team's looking relatively comfortable on serve. No break points as of yet.
It's been great to watch the communication between also Punacha and Isaro. Just the yep, yep, no, you hear that as we see. Yeah, it comes down to the server and how comfortable they are with the call. Oh. No, that wasn't a smash. That was a backhand volley put away, and the bounce that he gets off this backhand volley is absolutely huge.
be so strong to manufacture that sort of a bounce.
Through.
Punacha did an incredible job to get that volley back. Kusuhara, good with the forehand.
Effortless power, wasn't it, off that forehand? It's just skidding through the court.
See Norman watching in the background. Norman Brooks trophy, won by so many of the sports greats.
Yeah. 30-15.
So mixing it up, the formations. Playing a little more eye. We'll see again Punacha in a high formation position. Times the move again, Punacha perfectly. You could see the variation on the first serve. He was heading towards the backhand side. On that occasion, moving back into his regular position.
A lot of the service games, 3 of the 5 so far. One of the team, or both teams, have at least gotten to 30, so it's been fairly close, albeit, as I said, no break points have been faced. Where will Punacha go now?
Deuce. Deciding points. Receiver's choice.
Until now, break point opportunity for Kusuhara and Nakagawa.
Well, they're still smiling, and it's a deciding point. Nakagawa and Kusuhara ready to get going.
And they are fired up. Big point to win.
3 games to 2.
And the second seeds lead 3-2 on serve, first set. Bringing the passion, bringing the energy. They know what's at stake. A gargantuan opportunity.
Yeah, well, it's an excellent point to seal a deciding point. First serve, setting up Punacha at net. And you know what I love about the Australian Open time in Melbourne is you see a lot of the great doubles teams practice on the indoor courts at the National Tennis Centre, Val, and you just see how often they practice getting basically pummeled by their coach at net, where they're just balls are being hit as fast as they can, and you just see the best players reacting, cat-like up at net, standing really close. And in the past, I've watched Jamie Murray practice his doubles, and geez, you realise just the hands and how quick their hands are up at net, and just their general communication with their partner. It's Louis Cain, who has always been one of the big doubles experts. Coach Jamie Murray, he often speaks about two things, communication and energy, that are required for a successful doubles team.
Got his own teammate. Friendly fire. Says, I'm okay. I'll get you back later.
Maybe stinging just a tad.
So did you ever play sting pong?
Sting pong.
Table tennis, if you lose a point, you get hit in the skin or somewhere?
No, I didn't play with as many aggressive people as you may have there, Val.
It hurts.
Sounds fun, though.
Ups the ante.
30.
And once again, it's the serve of Nakagawa. Just falters slightly. And another chance at love 30. Oh, that's
15-30.
sensational. And the movement from Punacha.
It was sensational. See, this is a brilliant point. And what a volley from Kushihara. But then just the retrieval skills of Punacha sliding into that pickup. Punacha going for that forehand return. And that's the beauty of moving up at net, creating uncertainty. You want to be able to force your opponent off return to go for it a bit more. So playing two back this time, allowing enough time to react.
40-30.
I think that just the way that they're smiling, it allows them to, I think, put the pass behind them. And this is the second time that a double fault has put Nakagawa under a lot of pressure. But again, they're finding their way out of trouble. Crushes the drive volley with venom.
3 games all.
3 games apiece.
Oh, what a finish from Nakagawa here on the forehand drive volley. Absolutely rips it. And you're right, Val. Most coaches would tell you in this moment is to go out there and enjoy the moment. It's not very often you get to play for a chance to be in the Australian Open main draw. And if you don't enjoy it, well, it can be quite a miserable experience. The nerves can get the better of you.
You can't understate just how massive this chance is. And while we've seen some big emotions from players, it can make or break your career.
Love 15.
Is that a little Sue from the 5th seats?
It was interesting. Alex de Minaur spoke recently about just enjoying the process and not worrying so much about the results. And he's a man that's been inside the top 10 now for a few years, but he's talking about accepting and enjoying the moment. And if you think he's doing that now, well, players like this who haven't been on the tour for as long, or may have been battling, it's just purely about it, just enjoy it.
30-15.
Be good to see Pritchia Zaro if he can get to the AO. I've seen a long line of Thai men tennis players that have been good. We spoke about them this afternoon, but not to mention the doubles players that we've seen over the years. That's exemplary. And yeah, you think it back to the twins, Sanchai and Sonchat Ratawatana. They were around for quite a long time. They won their first ATP doubles title back in 2007, so they flew the flag for a while.
Game.
And the second seed's hold once more. Keep it on serve, 4-3, first set.
It's an interesting journey, one of an athlete, tennis player. You just never know when you're going to peak. And we've seen players be on this journey, not have a lot of success in their 20s, hang around, continue to play doubles, and all of a sudden having huge success a lot later in their careers. And so much of it is about perseverance, having the resilience to deal with the ups and downs of what sport brings. And as we look at, well, mascot.
What is that? What do you say that is?
Quite sure, but
yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know what a labubu is, but
time.
I'm not sure that's it.
Yeah. Being reliably told that it's not a labubu. So on serve in this first set, it's going to be Shunsuke Nakagawa at the net and Yusuke Kusuhara to serve.
That was an epic let, or that, not sure what happened there on that serve.
Love 15.
Double faults continuing for Kusuhara on second serve. There, just dump.
Fourth for the team and first for Kusuhara himself. Nakagawa, the culprit for the other three.
Kusuhara telling himself to get up a little taller on serve. Just dropping down too early. Makes the correction, but he's under pressure due to that double fault first point. All of a sudden, find yourself at love 30. And bring the head love 30 on Nakagawa's serve as well.
(15-30).
So serving with new balls in this game, Kusuhara able to generate a little more pace off the court.
(30 all).
It's an interesting sensation on the racket when you serve with new balls. It doesn't feel like it grips onto the strings as well, because they've come out of a fresh can, versus when you've played with them for a couple of games. They seem to grip onto the strings a lot more, giving you feel.
(40-30).
Oh, smiling their way out of trouble.
Well, it's working. That's why they make songs about being happy.
Game, Kusuhara, Nakagawa, 4 games all.
And again, fight their way out of trouble. 4 games apiece. Feel like the break has been coming for a while, but still yet to happen. And the only break point that's been faced has been like that of Punacha and Asaro, who have served brilliantly.
Oh, credit where credit's due. Kusuhara was able to problem solve his way out of that little hiccups that have been creeping into the serve on second serves, but he was able to deliver a couple of first serves.
Through.
So it's the second time we've seen that where the serve has just almost rebounded through the net. Okay, so
First serve.
Nakagawa, sportsmanship. I believe he said, I think he's mentioned that that may have been a let instead of through the net.
Love 15.
Was excellent at the net. Punacha did so well to get that volley into a tantalising position. But Kusuhara more than up to the task.
That's first serve.
4th game in a row where the first point has gone against the server.
Yeah, it just puts you under so much pressure. And that's all it takes in doubles is also just to become a fraction bit lucky for a return or any sort of these little quick exchanges up at net.
Fifth in. $30-15.
Serving from Isaro.
Let's first serve. $40-15.
It's incredible. It's a serving masterclass, and yet they're the only team that's faced a break point.
Well, he's got a very nice, smooth, relaxed motion, and he's hit the same spot now quite a few times. And if you had some analytics behind that, you would just see how accurate he is.
Oh. Yeah,
Punacha
Punacha
puts it away. They're one game away from the opening set, but it's on serve, 5-4. And Kusuhara and Nakagawa will come out and serve to stay in the first set. Resumption. It's been a mightily enjoyable opening set. The quality has been of the highest ebb.
On occasion, another racket. Oh, the racket's been dropped. Picked up. Sure, it's fine.
It's in the plastic.
Again, sometimes in these conditions, as they start to cool down, you want maybe a little more give out of your strings. And
I'm trying to figure out what that mascot is.
Time.
Yeah, it's really not sure what that is.
interesting, Punacha, he lines up his 3 drink bottles all in a row. Not one is ahead of the other. So a little bit of superstition there coming through. Gotta love that.
Remember when Rafa first did it and everyone was saying, geez, he's odd. And now it's just the norm. And
Love 50.
His volley was as laser straight as those bottles.
Wow, he followed up after his partner hit that magnificent return, came forward, kept his body weight moving towards the net. Again, first point goes against the server.
5 games in a row.
15 all.
Again, Nakagawa finds a way through. He's been challenged. This is his 3rd service game. He's been behind in all of them. Held on the first 2.
Yeah! 15-30.
And again, finds himself at 15-30.
Served down the tee, Nakagawa quite a few times to Punacha. Oh, how was the finesse from Masaru? Puts the ball in a difficult position for Nakagawa, and an easy put away for Punacha here. It was an excellent forehand return, but this little backhand, just felt that one just enough to move that, get that ball crossing the line.
Understood where his opponents were on court as well.
Yeah, you see, falling down, it was...
2 set points for the second seeds. It's landed in.
6 games.
Nakagawa left it. Thought it might have been going long. They teach you to never leave it. And it is the second seeds, Puchie Sara and Nikki Kalyana Punacha, that take the opening set, 6-4 in 40 minutes. 1 foot on the plane to Melbourne. Kind of came out of nowhere, didn't it? The opening break, and ended up being the result that determined the set, and that was an aggressive fist bump. That was almost a fist punch.
Well, they wanted to make a statement, and it happened.
Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Steely determination from these two. It was all smiles early on. It was fist bumps galore. They were absolutely sensational.
It was only a matter of time. Nakagawa and Kusuhara both. A couple of times they were down love 30 on serve, and then all of a sudden, in a blink of an eye, it was over. So we have a look at the stats, 72% in favour of Kusahara Nakagawa, but the 94%
That's
first serve points won is a huge stat, isn't it?
Astronomical.
Punacha to serve.
Unperturbed.
You can understand why.
And they get to serve first in the second set as well. Punacha steps to the line.
$15 love.
So impressed with Punacha and what he's been able to put out tonight. He's very similar in terms of stature to Rohan Bapana. He's got the big serve, just not a lefty.
$30 love.
He's got a strong overhead. Fuchia Saro, seen it a few times. Not easy to read those high lobs when they go up in the sky and there's not a lot of contrast to judge the ball, but he's done that quite a few times.
$40 love.
That is filthy good from Isara.
Second set.
I wish I had hands like that. I really wish I did. 1 love in the second, they've taken the first. And it's hard to pick up on camera, but you can almost see it in the lights, the back picture there. There is a small mist that has befallen the court. Does that change conditions, or what does that do to the ball and what does that do to the court speed?
Yeah, well, it slows everything down. I mean, you don't see it as much on serves such as Punacha and Asaro, who are able to hit through that serve a lot quicker than their opponents. But it does affect you if you have a big game and your ball responds well to lively conditions. Oh, that's great, but if you're not serving through the air quick enough, nice exchange up at net, but it can affect you. It may not be as effective. So this is where stringing patterns and having a couple of rackets in your bag that maybe aren't strung the exact same tension as others.
He'll be kicking himself. Kusahara. Was there. Just didn't quite do enough. Tried to be a little bit too deft with his touch. That is extraordinary. Puchana with the get. Isaro with a blinding backhand winner. That is something special.
His forehand right into the body. Punacha responds with ease, didn't even take a step back. But this backhand is blistering. There's just nowhere for Kusahara to hide. Great tennis.
Point of the day.
30.
Not easy to respond after that point. Nakagawa finding a first serve.
Another double fault for Nakagawa.
On occasion, the ball toss just looking a little slightly too far forward, not allowing for enough rotation through the air. Time opting for a 3/4 pace serve out wide.
Huge point at break point. What a time for a net cord. It happened too slowly.
This is what happens in doubles quite often. These lucky moments come to play, whether it's a net cord or just a trick shot or a blistering backhand, as we saw earlier on. But Panacha to take the deciding point.
Dealt with sensationally. Isaro is fired up, and for good reason. They've got a break in the second set and a 4 away from a trip to Melbourne Park in January.
How good was that backhand volley from Isaro? He couldn't have picked a more perfect moment to intervene and put that backhand volley away.
Their experience is shining through. Like the women's doubles final previously today, Momoko Kobori and Ayano Shimizu made their way through. Could be a perfect day for second seeds. Won the women's doubles.
Panacha, long levers, what a presence at net. Nice and close. Just backpedaling and then moving forward here again. Forwards and across. Racket stays out in front. Continues moving with the momentum towards his target. And they are fired up.
Oh, wow. Isaro left it thinking that was well long, and in fairness, I didn't blame him. It looked like it was over the line, but the linesman is in much better position than what we are, Betty.
He stood very close to the baseline, so he may have possibly be willing that one out.
Excellent return at the feet. And small opening.
Takes this super early. Nakagawa, you can see, short backswing, drills that one across his body. And all of a sudden there's become a lot more aggressive on return, taking control early.
Just a tad overzealous.
That was an excellent return, forcing Isaro forwards. He was in an uncomfortable position, having to resort to a slice approach shot. But on that occasion, Nakagawa really missing his mark.
So
I think that Nakagawa's returning positions, it's very ambitious. He's a good 1 metre almost inside the baseline as he makes contact. He's trying to take that return extremely early.
Oh, it's Isaro serving. But Punacha has only lost 1 point on serve in this match.
Well, we saw at the end of that first set, 94% of first serve points won. I mean, that is astronomical.
Leave that one. Racket up in the air for Nakagawa, but all okay. He catches it. But Isaro and Punacha are catching the train. They're miles ahead now, 3-love. It's still 1 break, but feels like it's a lot more than that. Second set, 10 minutes gone.
Oh, quick restring. Isaro, he looks like he has the eye of the tiger at the moment. He's so fired up. Well left, anything above the shoulder at that height.
Smooth catch.
It's interesting on the change event. Sometimes you see teams really having a good chat, and sometimes we don't know if it's about tennis or not, but a couple of these pairs just not really chatting, maybe using the chat for when they're on the court and sitting down and just relaxing. Pairs that play together a lot seem to know what to do in moments like this.
Oh, wow. 15. Excellent reflexes. Again. 2 from 2. A quick hold, just what the doctor ordered for Kusuhara and Nakagawa if they can manufacture it. Feels like 3-love has just escalated so quickly, just due to the frenetic pace that their opponents play with.
Oh.
40-love.
Looking so far, they haven't enjoyed the luxury of a love hold. In fact, Isaro and Punacha have only had 1 as well. And they still won't enjoy that luxury for the time being.
What's been effective has been when Kusuhara actually delivers a heavier kick serve, because again, with these conditions, the ball may be doing something a little more as opposed to just delivering a flatter serve. It's also the percentages. It doesn't help his percentages on serve.
There is their first game of the second set. 3 games to 1. Isaro and Punacha still well and truly on top. And when this man, Nikki Kalianda Punacha, strides to the line, they will back themselves in more often than not. He has a booming serve and a booming presence.
There's that backhand volley. And he loves it. Chiesaro, this backhand volley is sensational. Move. It gets around the outside edge of the ball, which creates the angle. Well, it's definitely not a fluke. It is part of his DNA on court.
Just long. It was a wonderful idea because they weren't in position. But going back to Isaro, you know, you've got their opponents, Kusuhara and Nakagawa, they're smiling, enjoying themselves. But then you've got Isaro, who if he looked at you, I think he could see right through you. He's just got that look in his eyes that he just wants to fight. The intensity is enormous. Dealt with that sort of side-spinning smash so well, Nakagawa.
He didn't absorb the pace of the following forehand, but back to your point, I mean, we mentioned this earlier, but Isaro has won 29 doubles titles on the ITF Tour. You would feel that he is getting to that age. He's 30, he's never played at a Grand Slam, and it would mean so much, but it's also the position he's been in over the last, his career has expanded for quite some time.
30 all.
You feel like this moment has been brewing for some time for him, and combined they've 48 titles together, not as a team, but in total. So this has been on the cards for a while.
And these two have only been playing together since August. They've won a challenger together already, Shanghai. So they've got good form in China. Could they be building something? Because they look cohesive, and it's been mightily impressive.
The problem with having a lot of space behind the court is those finishes, they continue to rise off the court, allowing your opponents time to scramble. But on that occasion, it was just too good for Nakagawa.
Well, he ended up almost in the player tunnel.
Landed in the scoreboard.
And from 15-30, Punacha holds, and they've got a 4-1 lead, still one break, but it feels more convincing than that. Even the way he's eating that banana is intense.
He's the Rocky Balboa of tennis on this court. Sorry, he's fired up. He wants this. You can see the determination. And in these moments, you don't want to think too far ahead. It's where the nerves kick in and your mind escapes from being present. It's just so important to be clear about what you're doing, 1 point at a time. Keep reinforcing that with your partner. That's what's great about doubles. You can keep reinforcing your game plan, whereas in singles, you sometimes get a little lost out there, not being able to speak to someone. And you often see players write down notes in their notebook, just reinforcing what they need to keep doing in the process.
What do these two need to keep doing? They need to keep smiling. They need to find a way back into this match.
Well, first point, I mean, we've seen Nakagawa deliver quite a few double faults in this match. It's important he serves well in this game.
That looked like it was going long.
felt that. Kusuhara, I think he knew that last second.
And Nakagawa again behind on one of his service games. Was broken in game 2. And that is the break that separates the two pairings.
15-all.
A lot of footwork on that occasion from Niki Kalianda Punacha. He stood and tried to deliver. Oh, ambitious.
30-15.
Trying to curl that banana forehand in between the umpire and net post. And we have seen it happen.
Yep. Many, many times on Nadal. I reckon you could have hit a banana forehand back in your day, Betty.
I don't have any proof that I could.
There's no proof that you couldn't either.
That's right.
Just here to pump up your tyres.
Thank you.
And his most convincing hold of the match comes when they most need it.
4 games to 2.
Kusuhara and Nakagawa keep it to within one break, and their coach is looking very tense and very nervous.
Very cold.
Yeah. The temperature has dipped.
Oh, it was an important hold. It just, again, creates a little bit of scoreboard pressure and maybe some doubt. Oh, yeah, again, you're set and 4-2 up. You're not too far away from the finish line. You need to keep the pressure on.
That's a let-off. Huge let-off. And he's been so clinical at the net. He was just trying to be too cute.
Well, this was the wrong play because if you look at the height of the ball and where he's standing, this was way above the net and he didn't move forward. He needed to put that away. You generally want to play that shot when it's a little more below the net height and you're using your body to control the ball.
Attacking, and Kusuhara, he's fired up. They've got love 30.
And that miss from Punacha, well, he missed a couple of forehand returns in the previous game, but we have to just keep our eyes on whether he's feeling some nerves. And again, it's decided via a super tiebreaker if it becomes a set-all, so anything can happen.
Love 40 now. An errant smash from Isaro. And all of a sudden, they see an opening. Kusuhara and Nakagawa with at least 4 opportunities. And they get it on the first. Back on serve in the second set. The untroubled serve of Isaro and Punacha is broken. And Kusuhara and Nakagawa breathe some life into this contest. 4-3 second set on serve.
Wow, that was an exciting game for Nakagawa and Kusuhara. They put together some brilliant points. And You just sensed it from that first point. Punacha made that decision to drop volley from above net height. And it's, those indecisions are generally a reflection of where you are mentally in moments like this in a match. And coach of Kusahara and Nakagawa jumped off his seat, pumping the boys up.
And the smiles are back. Bananas are plenty.
Time.
The intensity, I didn't think it could lift from Massaro, but looks like it has there. He knows that their work is nowhere near finished. Broken to love, and broken for the first time when they were serving for a 5-2 buffer in the second set.
Yeah, Kusahara and Nakagawa now with that momentum swinging their way. It's always a good place to be when you've broken serve. Momentum for the next game is with you. Well, it's lifting. The level is lifting. And it was an excellent response from Isaro. Came in with an aggressive return, but even a better forehand from Kusahara.
Touch.
Excellent move.
15
Nakagawa upset he touched that volley. It was going long.
$30-15.
And again, Isaro Punacha, team lock-in, combining well. So much of tennis is about staying present, keeping focused on the task at hand. They're still in a pretty healthy position.
Just on.
I think they went through a roller coaster of emotions there as to whether they would have liked that call to have been in or out. In the end, they're happy with the result. Excellent return, inside-out backhand.
Well, it was an excellent return, and there was a bus lane available on the forehand side of Kusahara. Punacha left his position so early, and sometimes that can almost completely distract you because you feel that you have all this space to work with. So, good move from Punacha.
Breakpoint opportunity to respond immediately.
Game is out of Punacha.
And it's the worst way to relinquish the break.
Isaro Punacha lead 5-3.
A double fault. And it's the worst person to give the ball to step to the line. And that's Nikki Kalianda Punacha. 5-3. They are serving for a spot in the Australian Open main draw in 2026.
Well, how impressive was the response from Punacha and Isaro. Isaro could have completely drifted away there after dropping his serve quite comfortably.
I said that he was even more intense. Rocketing start.
And if you're Isaro, you're probably thanking your lucky stars that Punacha's your partner and he's serving for the match.
He's yet to face a break point. It's for reasons like that. They can smell the finish line. 5 aces now for the Isaro Punacha team. And 2 points away.
Let's first serve.
It's not just such a consistent ball toss, doesn't he? Punacha on serve. It's delivered consistently well.
One to go. Neither of these two found themselves in the main draw at a major.
I think the heart rate's sitting right now.
High. They always say the best things happen in your 30s. And at 30 years old, Isaro and Punacha are moving into their first Grand Slam main draw. Prachia Isaro, Nikki Kalianda Punacha win 6-4, 6-3, and are on their way to Melbourne Park in 2026 for their first attempts at a Grand Slam main draw. Quite an incredible run. They go without dropping a set, and they were intense throughout the match. But the smiles are there for all to see in Chengdu.
Well, what a story this is. They have been, you can see what this means to the coach, family of friends, whoever is sitting in the stands. Smiles all around.
And they're still smiling.
I think that, well, they have performed exceptionally well, haven't they, Kusuhara and Nakagawa, to be here. But this man, Prachia Isaro, well, the way he responded in that following game was the reason why they were able to break serve. And then Punacha, well, as we mentioned, if you want anyone to close out a match, it would be this man.
100%. And he closed it out with gusto to love. And they are going to be getting on the plane and participating in the main draw at the Australian Open next year. You can see how much it means to them, and it's an incredible result for these two. Chuck some balls into the crowd. They brought the intensity. They brought the power. They brought the panache. And will be on their way. Have a look. So many people want a signed piece of memorabilia here.
It's just an incredible story for the fact that Prachia Isaro won his first doubles title back in 2013, has been predominantly on the ITF tour, and now at the age of 30 will be playing in his first Grand Slam.
That's why I say that 20s are to sort yourself out, and the 30s are to solidify everything. And that's what these two are going to be doing. See if we can catch some of this interview down on the court. And over right now.
2026澳大利亚网球公开赛男子双打项目的冠军。那首先第一个问题是问到二位在一起搭档有多久了？那今天也可以简短的评价一下对方的发挥。So first of all, congratulations becoming the champion of the men's doubles. The first question is, how long you've been partners before, and would you like to comment on each other's performance today?
I mean, first of all, thanks, partner, for playing with me. I think we've been playing together for almost 10 weeks, more than 10 weeks. And yeah, I mean, he fought well today. I think we both fought well. I mean, he played amazing tennis, so thanks, partner. Yeah, I think we're going to see you all in Australian Open.
你好 Hello everyone. It's second time for me to be in here. Yeah, I really happy. Like to play in my second home. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much.
那首先，普纳查也是说，他们在一起搭档了有将近10个星期左右。那在10个星期以内就拿下了这个双打的冠军。同时呢，他也说夸赞了他的队友伊沙罗今天表现得非常好，他们2位在这一片场地上战斗的表现也非常非常的好。而伊沙罗也说呢，他是第2次来到成都参加澳网的外卡赛，同时他也说他非常高兴来到成都，他觉得这里是他的第2故乡，他非常高兴能够再次站到这个地方。So the second question, you've been playing for 10 weeks and now you are becoming the champion of the men's doubles, and you are going to Melbourne Park for a brand new journey in January 2026. How does it feel like?
Pretty excited for sure. I mean, we were very nervous to start with, but then I think we played amazing tennis given the fact that everything was online. I think it's our first Grand Slam together and first for individually. So I think pretty stoked and very excited and looking forward to it.
Me, I feel really happy and let's see in Australian Open. Thank you.
那第2个问题问到的是，他们在搭档10周过后就拿下了双打的冠军，即将前往澳大利亚的墨尔本公园参加2026年的澳大利亚网球公开赛，心情是怎么样的？首先呢，那么伊沙罗说的是，这是很开心，非常激动，能够在这里拿下这个冠军，然后也希望我们墨尔本见。那普纳查呢也是说，这是他们第1次一起进入到澳网的正赛，同时他也非常高兴。一开始的时候可能表现的有一些紧张，那在稍后的比赛当中呢，也是进入状态了，打出了非常非常精彩的比赛。那以上就是赛后采访的所有内容了。That will be all of the interview. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, please, once again, rounds of applause for the 2026 Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff, the men's doubles champion, Puchana and Isaro. 再次把掌声送给普纳查以及伊沙罗。
So nice and wholesome, both of them in their first Grand Slam. The Pandas, they won't be there in Melbourne Park unless they make the sojourn, but it was a brilliant contest, really enthralling. That second set was high quality, smiles early, but these two, they didn't show the nerves that they spoke about in the interview. They played with such passion and they had the utter concentration that they needed to go on and push for this title, push for this opportunity, and they will get the chance to strut their stuff at the big time in Melbourne Park. And who knows, you never know where that'll take you. We've seen some incredible results in the men's doubles, Jason Kubler and Rinky Hijikata winning in 2023 and Kyrgios and Kokkinakis in 2022. It does happen. It does happen.
Absolutely does. And look, a lot of the pairings wouldn't have even seen Punacha and Isaro play. And that's the thing. You're going into a Grand Slam and you're not well known. Anything can happen. And up until now in the Australian Open, they have time to keep honing their craft, keep improving. Now they've got a spot booked in. You can see what it means to Punacha. Big bear hug there from, we assume is the coach, but you could hear it's been a long time coming. They formed this new partnership and it's, well, shown to be very successful.
Ladies and gentlemen,
well, let's head down to the presentation.
Wildcard presentation for men's doubles final here at Australian Open 2026 Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. And now please show your appreciation with another round of applause for today's finalists. 女士们、先生们，欢迎大家来到2026澳大利亚网球公开赛亚太区外卡赛男子双打决赛颁奖现场。请各位再一次把掌声和欢呼声送给今天参加决赛的2组选手。And also, we would like to thank the chair umpire for this match, Quincy Davis from Australia. Thank you. 同时，我们也要把掌声送给本场比赛的主裁，来自澳大利亚的 Quincy Davis， 谢谢。Before we get to the presenting of Australian Open 2026 wildcard, Tennis Australia would also like to thank China Tennis Association, Sichuan Sports Bureau, Chengdu Sports Bureau, Shuangliu District Bureau of Culture, Radio, Television, Sports and Tourism, Luzhou Laojiao, Victorian and Australian governments, Sichuan Tennis Association and Sichuan International Tennis Center, all Australian Open sponsors, players, coaches, staff, officials, volunteers, and all of the ball kids for their involvement in the Australian Open 2026 Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. 在颁奖仪式正式开始之前，澳大利亚网球协会还要感谢中国网球协会、四川省体育局、成都市体育局、双流区文化广电体育和旅游局、泸州老窖、维多利亚、澳大利亚政府、四川省网球协会、四川国际网球中心以及澳大利亚网球公开赛的赞助商、球员、教练、员工、官员、志愿者们，感谢你们对2026澳大利亚网球公开赛亚太区外卡赛的参与以及贡献，谢谢。And now here to assist with the presentation, and please welcome the following special guests. 那么现在，请允许我介绍本次颁奖仪式的各位嘉宾，他们分别是澳大利亚驻成都代总领事苏博瑞 ，Mr. Paul Salisbury, Acting Consul General, Australian Consulate General Changdu. Welcome, sir. 大洋洲网球联合会主席维基里德 ，Mrs. Vicky Reed, President Oceania Tennis Federation. Welcome. 本次赛事的裁判长韦恩·麦凯文 ，Mr. Wayne McEwen, Tournament Referee of Australian Open 2026. Welcome. 以及本次赛事的赛事总监艾米丽·托德 ，Miss Emily Todd, Tournament Director of Australian Open 2026, Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. Welcome. Now please welcome our finalists today, Yusuke Kusuhara and Shunsuke Nakagawa from Japan. 那么现在有请获得男子双打的亚军选手，来自日本的南原优介以及中川顺佑。Now to present the flowers to our finalists, Mrs. Vicky Reed and Mr. Paul Salisbury, to present a gift. Welcome. We'll have a group photo together. 请合影留念，谢谢。Thank you. Please return to your place. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, rounds of applause for the finalists. 女士们、先生们，让我们再一次把掌声送给我们的亚军选手。Thank you. And to our winners. Prucha Isoro from Thailand and Nikki Yarikanta Ponacha from India. 现在有请获得男子双打的冠军选手，来自泰国的伊莎罗，以及来自印度的普纳查。Now here to present the flowers and the gift to our winners, Mrs. Vicky Reed and Mr. Paul Salisbury. Welcome. And now here to present Prucha Isoro and Nikki Yarikanta Ponacha with their 2026 Australian Open accreditation is Miss Emily Todd, Tournament Director. Welcome.
谢谢。And right now, let's invite all of the players, finalists, and all the guests come to the Chengdu sign. Now we'll have a group photo together. 现在有请所有的获奖运动员以及我们的颁奖嘉宾来到前方的成都标志进行合影留念。Congratulations to our finalists here once again, and good luck to our winners at Melbourne Park at Australian Open 2026. 女士们、先生们，让我们再一次把掌声送给两组选手，同时我们也祝冠军好运，期待你们在2026澳大利亚网球公开赛的精彩表现。Thanks again to our special guests today. Good afternoon and thank you. 再一次感谢本场颁奖仪式的所有嘉宾。本次颁奖仪式到此结束，谢谢。
And that wraps us up for this evening. What a day it was. We've got our two finals sorted from 12:30 tomorrow. That's China or Chengdu local time. We have the women's singles final between Liang Enxuo and Zarina Diaz. And following that will be the men's singles final between Akira Santillan and Wu Yunchao Kurta, which should be an amazing day with the two winners to book their place into Melbourne Park. But until tomorrow, Val Ferbo and Betty Sekulovsky signing off.
Thanks, David.